How much time is it gonna take between the run and getting our score in and the next one starting? If there's dead time there, it's better to run a replay than nothing. Play by ear, figure out how to score. So we'll walk the back. Funny, we went to these sheets last round, away from the FD judging sheets, and now it's just this. You know what I mean? Like, There was no conversation about it. It just kind of happened.
ちなみにこうさっき上尾さんがこういうのなんかサムアップとか手振ってくれるのか全くいらないって言われてる。いや結構カメラが来るとみんなサービスステーションに女性だからしてくれるんだけど、そういう飛んでないって言われてる。かといってやめてくれとは言えないと思う。真剣なやつはそうそうそう真剣な表情。
実証雨に強いタイヤ。横浜は濡れた路面であなたの想像以上に止まる止まる止まる。日本最高グレードのウェット性能 A をあなたの車に。雨に強いタイヤといえば
横浜。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。The brightness called brilliant. Valenti.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. ブリッド。
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. EO RSR Ichiban.
Kenda。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮。チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
モティー。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valenti.
実証雨に強いタイヤ。横浜は濡れた路面であなたの想像以上に止まる止まる止まる。日本最高グレードのウェット性能 A をあなたの車に。雨に強いタイヤといえば
横浜。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。The brightness called brilliant. Valenti.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. ブリッド。
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Ospo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. EO RSR Ichiban.
剣だ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
モティーズ。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valenti.
Hello, drifting world. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be, across the nation, around the world. I am Ryan Sage alongside Ryan Lantain, joining us as a judge and a commentator. Hello, drifting world. Good morning, good evening, wherever you may be, across the nation, around the world. I am Ryan Sage alongside Judge Ryan Lantain, joining me up in the commentary booth for round 3 of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship. We are here at the beautiful Fuji Speedway, right in the shadow of Mount Fuji, kicking things off here in what was a somewhat wet and dry practice. We're moving right into qualifying for, hear this right, 60 drivers, 6-0. That is unbelievable. That's the largest field we've ever seen here in Formula Drift Japan. We are coming out of the second round at Ebisu Circuit, where we saw Miyoshi Hayato, Wataru Masuyama, and Andrew Gray reassert himself in the championship. And he is now taking the lead. Those are your top 3. Ryan, bringing you in and talking a little bit about what we can expect this weekend. We've got 60 drivers. The championship has been crazy. And we should, of course, talk about the track layout and what you guys are looking for in the judging criteria.
This is a very different track than we've had so far this season. Of course, Ebisu is a little tighter, some tight little corners there. You come in at a high speed, but you have to slow down a lot. Here at Fuji Speedway, this is a lot of throttle. The drivers need to be very committed to fill the zones. Outside zone 1 is essentially blind to them when they initiate. So you can see there where they start at the top left of the screen. They come around that corner. They're initiating before they really know where they need to end up. So they're going off of memory from previous laps. They get that car all the way out to outside zone 1. We're not requiring the drivers to get on the rumble strips here because we are expecting a lot of rain. So we're getting them on the pavement. If they go on the rumble strip, it's not a problem. They're not going to get any advantage for doing that, but they're not going to be deducted either. Once they transition from outside zone 1 to outside zone 2, same thing again. They need to be on that edge of the track, but not necessarily on the rumble strip. They come into inside clip 1 and then let the car carry out to outside zone 3 before the finish line. Now, the finish line in that drawing was a little bit further than it is in reality. It's a little bit closer to the end of outside zone 3, but you get a good idea of what the track looks like from that map.
All right, so just some quick business before we get started here with the first run of qualifying. Fans of Formula Drift Japan will know that this is the English broadcast. We also have a Japanese broadcast that can be found at formulad.jp, and that'll link you out to a number of different channels, whether your preference is YouTube or another player, where we've got Manabu Arito, Yoichi Imamura, and of course the team leader Tom Saiba-san is taking up the announcing on the Japanese side of things. Ryan, you mentioned the weather, and we do know that at this particular track, unlike some of the other tracks, they control when the track is hot and cold outside of the team here at Formula Drift Japan. And we do have that looming typhoon out over the Pacific that could potentially play a big role. We do see some weather coming in around 5 o'clock, which is about a half an hour from now. And if it does hit a minimum quantity of rain on the track, they will stop us. So we're a bit uncertain on how things are going to play out and how much rain is actually going to come down. We've seen various weather reports, but this is Japan, and that's what we've come to expect. I don't think we've ever been here where there hasn't been the threat of rain, much less a typhoon. So it could get crazy and wet and wild, but this is a really fun track to be at. As Ryan laid out some of the judging criteria, it's worth noting that we've had a number of events here over the years, including a World Championship event going back to 2014. So we're kicking things off here. We've had 2 drivers that within the past 5 minutes have either scratched or not made it because of a vehicle malfunction. So we're down to 58, but that is still quite a bit to get through, and you can expect this qualifying to run deep into the 3-hour plus range potentially as we make our way through. Yep, and I just got another note that it's scratch number 3. Yoshinori Shinozaki, who is a regular in the series, looks like he's scratching with his JZX 100 Mark II. And we are getting the signal that we are about to get underway here for the first run of qualifying. Up in the burnout box there is one of our Australian drivers, Matthew Hill. He's driving that S15 Sylvia. This is his first event of the year. Was looking to campaign at both Suzuka Twin and Ebisu circuit, but was unable to make it. And he is now, bumper coming off there, trying to make a run at it for the remainder of the rounds. Round 3 here, round 4, Okiabuki in the mountain circuit. And then, of course, we finish off this season at the ever-popular Okayama, right around the time of 2 weeks before Irwindale. So still quite a bit of drifting left to go, Ryan, but your impression of Fuji Speedway overall over the years, the competition we've seen here, a number of U.S. drivers have made it out. It always seems to be pretty fun for everybody.
Yeah, it is a very fast track. It's one that really rewards commitment and confidence. I think we've been here quite a bit in the rain, as you've said. We tend to get at least one typhoon per year come, blow through one of our events. And it looks like this year is going to be no different than that. Who knows what the future will bring, but we definitely have one looming off the coast right now. Matty Hill here is one driver that was supposed to compete last year, but ended up breaking his foot. I believe a trailer fell on his foot or something, broke his foot. He couldn't compete last year. So he's really excited to be coming to the series this season, although it's only midway through the season. He's really excited. You can tell every time you talk to him, he's really pumped up about being here. So we're going to see what he can do in his Formance S15. He is our first qualifier since he hasn't competed at all this year. We do have quite a few new drivers this round, I believe, since we have 60 of them.
Quite a few new drivers at the top. And so at the top, because we do things in reverse order, there's kind of a little bit of an arbitrary order there by the time that they had registered for the event. So the first 10 or 12 drivers or so are going to be unranked drivers in the series so far, kicking things off here with Matty Hill. So leaving the front straight, you can see the wind getting to that front part of his body kit, trying to head out to that first outside zone, comes up a little bit short. This is pretty much a full throttle, full commitment course. Hitting that inside clip as he comes through the final outside zone there, marked by those 2 standing striped cones, and he finishes things off. Ryan, take us through this first one here and give us some insight to some of the judging.
Definitely could have done better in outside zone 1. He wasn't fully wide there at outside zone 1, missed an opportunity there. He was right on the white line at outside zone 2, so he did a much better job there. Pretty much full points on line for that one. But you can see here he missed it by quite a bit. That is a 10-point area, but right on that white line. And then pretty tight to inside clip number 1, and could have been a little bit wider at number 3 there. So not too bad for Matty. It is a first run, so we'll see how he can tighten things up on a second one.
And it is worth noting, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it all through qualifying, this track is set up very similar to, say, a Road Atlanta for fans watching at home, where the drivers just need to get their rear wheels at the edge of the track. And as Ryan mentioned, that is the white painted line. If the drivers do go on the rumble strips, there won't be a deduction, but if they do go off course, of course, that will come into play. So you see drivers get on the rumble strips or right at that white line, they should receive full points, at least for line in those sections of the courses. We do have the cones off quite a bit on the first outside zone actually past the grass section, as we see a 77 coming in for Matt Hill. And primarily that is really just because those cones get knocked over so often, and it allows the drivers a little bit more breathing room there and gives them a target to look for as they're coming through that blind corner. All right, so Matty Hill will go back and shake things up for run number 2. Now we go to driver number 30, Tetsuro Nakata in the JZX 100 Mark II. His first campaign leaving the start line, the 3-2-1 cones there. You can see he is at angle, getting out there right on the rumble strips. A little bit of a hesitation there, but gets into that second outside zone a little bit late. You can see he was just a little bit off that inside clip, so a couple areas where he could make some improvement. But Ryan, overall, looks like he will have a scored run here for his first run of the day.
Yeah, he did a lot better job on outside zone 1. That is one that's going to set up the rest of the course. If you're not wide at outside zone 1, sometimes it's difficult to fill the rest of the course just because you end up a little bit on the inside. And then when you transition out for outside zone number 2, it can either throw you off the course there. So you can see he was late on outside zone number 2, so didn't do a great job there off of that inside clip. We did put 10 points at an inside clip because it is a little more difficult to get at that inside clip. So he's going to lose a significant amount of points through those 2 sections right there. Didn't do too bad on the last area of the track either.
So thinking about how the qualifying sets up the head-to-head matchups for tomorrow, which we should say in advance, something very unique is going to be happening tomorrow night. We actually don't get kicked off in the top 32 until 2 o'clock local time, which means the top 16 will start at 6 p.m. local time, and we will go into the night. That is the plan. So this will be a first here for us going into the night at Fuji. We saw some of the lights going up last night, and let's just say it's going to get interesting. 67 there for Tetsuro Nakata with the JZX 100 Mark II, and he will receive a scored run.
Look at that body kit, Brian.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. This is actually my first time seeing one of these in person. And when I was walking through the paddock area, I kind of had to stop and stare for a little while.
Well, the RX-7 there being driven by Teruyoshi Iwai in the FC3 S RX-7. Here we go, run number 1. 3, 2, 1. Gets initiated a little bit late there. Now on the gas, out to the rumble strips, trying to find that right line to outside zone 2. Goes a little bit deep, just tapping that cone, and a little bit wide on that first inside clip, but really on throttle here through the finish line in that final outside zone. Brian, how are we treating the late initiations past the last standing cone?
Yeah, hopefully that style judge over there is going to give him a deduction for that. We'll have to see if it was too, I don't think it was too late. It was kind of just beyond it, so he'll have to be getting a deduction for that. As you can see here, as he goes through the from one side of the screen to the other. He has different colored wheels on either side of the car. A little bit of a bobble at outside zone 1. A little bit late getting into outside zone 2. Quite a bit off of inside clip number 1. And then he was right on the line at outside zone 3. So good job near the end, but definitely left some points on the table.
So Teruyoshi Iwai in the FC3S RX-7. Beautiful looking car. We'll have a score run. We'll see where that slots him in. We've got 2 drones running this weekend. We've got the high-speed drone here today on Friday, and we've got the overhead that we use for judging and location shots as well. And we'll see it in full action here this weekend. Score starting to drop in here. See where he slots in. And you can see there that with the big track layout, when cones get hit, we actually have to take a vehicle, or the track does rather, on course to retrieve those cones and reset them back up. So one of the reasons why we have them offset off the track just a little bit there, give some breathing room.
And if you're looking at the screen right now, we are behind the Waco sign. That's an archway over the track. We're kind of behind that. That's where we're sitting.
71, dropping a 71, so that'll currently put him into second place. And Ryan, along with you, we have Robbie Nishida, but we also have a new face, which is new relative to Japan, but not new overall. We've got Brian Eggert out here joining us this weekend, replacing Andy Yen, who had some other business to attend to.
Yeah, his first event that he came to Formula Drift Japan for was Fuji many years ago, and here he is again. back at Fuji Speedway.
So it's been fun having Brian along. We wish Andy the best in his outside drifting business this weekend. Our next driver up, car 132, Taichi Isano, Secret Racing S15 Sylvia. There's the 3, 2, 1. He does get initiated. Smoke starting to come up. Oh, a little bit of loss of angle there. Comes up short, angle and line on that first outside zone. Now trying to get back into it here. He's going to be very wide on that first inside clip, making some adjustments with those front wheels. And looking at the judges as they discuss there how big the mistakes were and whether or not we're going to see a score on this run. Let's take a look at this from the onset.
So he did get initiated, but was not the smoothest initiate. Well, smooth. It was just very slow. As you can see there, it was a very slow roll to initiation. And as he came around here, the car straightened up quite a bit and then got back to angle again. So I'm just going to have a talk with the boys here and see if we're going to score it.
So Robbie Nishida, Brian Eggert, and Ryan Lantain are judging panel this weekend. Robbie is the style judge, Brian handling the angle portion of the event, and Ryan Lantain is on the line. And Ryan, what's the official call there?
Yeah, we're going to give that an incomplete for the straightening up coming through outside zone 1. And we'll move on to the next driver.
All right, so dry conditions still here at Fuji Speedway, which is what we love, but there are some scattered clouds here with some potential for rain coming in just about 25 minutes, but who knows? Let's keep it going. Yoshichika Tamagawa, our next driver up, Car Guy Racing, the JZA 80 Supra, as we make it official there for Taichi Isano. Car 125, a regular in the Formula Drift Japan Championship. We are now into our scored drivers, or drivers that have run with us in the past. And here he goes on run number 1.
This may be his first time this season, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. Gets a nice early initiation there. Smoke line coming out. Dips right into that first outside zone. Nicely done on the second. We like the line being generated here. This could be the best run we've seen so far. And nice execution overall. Looked like he had a lot of confidence there leaving the gate, Ryan. We don't see too many supers these days, but this guy definitely looked like he was on point.
Yeah, that looked like a really solid run, Ryan. Looking at his angle as he comes through outside zone 1, his line, he's right on that rumble strip. That's perfect. Gets the car transition. Bit of a hesitation on transition. Could have been a little earlier in outside zone 2, maybe a slight bit tighter on inside clip 1. But overall, that was a pretty solid run from him, from Tamagawa.
All right, so confirmation there from Ryan Lantain in terms of being impressed on that first run. There's the viewpoint that you see from just to the left-hand side of the start line facing up towards where we are. This weekend is 86 Fest, so a lot of familiar faces out here. Frederick Osbo out doing some demos. There's a Sunday portion of the event. Typically we run Saturdays and Sundays, but this is the one and only event. 89 for Yoshichika Tamagawa. He will jump strongly into the lead, and that will probably hold at least for some time. That's a pretty respectable score there. So as I was saying, we do have the event taking place today and tomorrow only, not Sunday. Sunday we go to the 86 Fest along with other festivities that are going on here at Fuji Speedway. It is something that we do with the track on an annual basis. Let's move right along. Hokuto Matsuyama in the JZX 100 Chaser gets that nice early initiation, looking pretty good, but comes up a little bit short on that first outside zone. Better on the second, lets it float, back on throttle now through that inside clip. Little tiny adjustment there with the front wheels, filling that outside zone and through the finish line there. So a mistake on that first outside zone, but was able to pull it together here for the second half.
Yep, you're right. He did miss that outside zone 1. Not by a lot. He was just off that line, which is kind of the line we're looking at for them to get full points, right? If you're on that line, you're going to get full points. He was just a little bit inside. You can see there maybe a couple of feet. Gets really deep into outside zone 2. Pretty tight on inside clip 1, just slightly off of that. Drew a great line through outside zone 3, so really didn't do too badly there on the line side. Overall, I think he had a couple of bobbles on the angle side of things. but we'll see how the other judges are going to judge those errors as he comes through to the finish line and heading back to the start for his second run.
All right, so waiting for scores to drop here. And it's an 86, so a nice score for him, kicking his campaign off. A great start. And Ryan, we've seen some pretty incredible drifting. The story this year so far has been about, I think, 4 or 5 guys. Koichi Yamashita, Shinji Minowa, Katsuhiro Ueo, the longtime veteran of the sport, Hayato Miyoshi, Wataru Masuyama, and the current points leader, Andrew Gray. Masuyama in particular has looked extremely strong in kind of buttoning up his head-to-head abilities. And little inside secret, I actually saw him out at Evergreen Speedway this past weekend, kind of snooping around, maybe looking for a 2020 campaign in the U.S. Series. So that would be quite interesting if that were to come to fruition.
Yeah, a few people recognized him. They came up to me, fans, and said, "Was that Masuyama?" So he's gaining some traction in the U.S. Side of things as well.
All right, Ikao Saito in the JZX100 Chaser. Looks like he had a little bit of a flub on the initiation. Trying to pull this one together just at the edge of the course there. Bit wide on that first outside clip, lining up for that outside zone much better. You could see the rear wheels there right on that edge of the course. Let's take a look at this again. Car number 73, Ikao Saito, no relation to Daigo.
So as he accelerates up to the initiation point, you can see that he's getting himself to angle at the right point, nice and early. As he comes outside zone 1, you can see a big reduction in angle there. Not really letting the car carry out, but also not filling his role there as in qualifying for the line side of things in outside zone 1. Did pretty well on outside zone 2, was off a little bit on inside clip 1, and then outside zone 3 filled pretty nicely. So he did leave a couple of points on the board, especially on angle there through outside zone 1. So you can see there, the angle judge gave him a bit of a deduction. So
Brian Eggert, the angle judge this weekend. And
stern but fair.
Stern but fair, yes. 75 for Ikao Saito. Our next driver up, Toshiharu Kazama. Obviously with Team Kazama, Power Vehicles, the S15 Sylvia.
This must be the one that Kumukubo drove at Ebisu, because it doesn't look like it has any roof damage. They may have fixed that, hard to say.
Yeah, we saw some crazy events at Ebisu, which is natural for that track. Here we go, first run out. Bit short on that first outside zone. Looks like a slight hesitation that puts him deep into that second outside zone, way off that inside clip. He's gonna go all 4 off, and it's gonna be an incomplete. So unfortunately, looks like he got that late transition going into outside zone 2, Ryan, and too much momentum. Blasted right through that first inside clip and off course.
You got it right. So you can see him accelerating up. Everything was looking good up until he got through outside zone 1. So you can see him getting the angle there before the 1 cone. So that was solid. A little bit off of outside zone 1, but his transition was just really late. You can see how late he was on outside zone 2, and he wasn't able to slow the car down enough in that short period of time there to get the car into inside clip 1 and went 4 wheels off. So that'll be an incomplete from him. 0 points for that run, but he does have a second run to get a score on the board.
Well, he certainly was a happy man. He had a number of guys on the podium last round, and it was quite a celebration at the podium, which is made out of this really cool trailer that FD Japan brings around. And there was definitely some tears shed there that weekend. So it was a great weekend for not only Power Vehicles, but Team Kazama.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, we've had in the first 2 rounds 6 different drivers on the podium. So round 1 was Masuyama, Yamashita, and Ueo. Round 2 was Gray, Kumukubo, and Manoa. So that's 6 different drivers that have been on the podium. So that points is really getting mixed up, because Gray didn't do very well in round 1.
Right.
And then he came back to win round 2. So this is going to be, I think, a pivotal part of the point in the series for people to get points to get themselves secured in the championship race.
Well, how about this, folks? An R31 Skyline by Kodai Sobagirai.
Wow.
fast, blasting through a little bit short on that first outside zone. Bound Redder back around together, but blows through that inside clip. And you can see the momentum. He really let it float out there. He needed to get off throttle in order to not go off course. Let's take a look at this again there. Beautiful looking vehicle. And the first time I think we've seen this car in Formula Drift Japan. Definitely this driver, but very early initiation, Ryan.
Yeah, and I think it looked impressive from our point of view as he came around this first corner here at outside zone 1, but then it kind of fell apart on him. You can see how late he is there on outside zone 2. He missed inside clip 1 altogether, got wide before outside zone 3, and then missed outside zone 3. The angle moved around quite a bit there as he was negotiating the track, so I do believe it's going to be a very low score from him. With about 56 drivers that we have here, I'm guessing this score is not going to be enough to get him into competition, so he's going to have to tighten it up for...
Whoa. 17. Oh, okay, that must be, yep. Basically what happened there is the other two judges incompleted them on their criteria, and Ryan was giving him a score, so I think they may reverse that and give it an incomplete. But nonetheless, even with the 17, that was not going to hold. But hey, you know what? The car is awesome, all right? It looks cool. That's good enough. What's the official call there?
They incompleted him for the bobble at outside zone 3. And they assumed that because I put my score in so quickly that I was doing the same.
All right, well, a 17 is better than a 0, but unfortunately, after the change there, it will be an incomplete. I think that's probably right. So he will have one more chance to try to find his way into 32 spots out of 57 drivers now remaining. Hubert Lee, we haven't seen Hubert around for a while. Still driving that RSR NZ6 86. Let's see what he's done in the offseason here. First appearance of the year for Hubert Lee. Rolling into this initiation, gets that throttle going, smoking the tires pretty early, comes up short on that first outside zone. The transition puts him in a weird spot. He is going to understeer massively, come to a stop, go off course. So a number of things leading up to the incomplete. The understeer would have probably been enough to do it, but going off course solidifies it there. So Ryan, incomplete for Hubert Lee.
Yep. Looks like he came in a little too aggressively there at inside clip 1. He was offline and tried to get himself back online, but didn't have the car weighted properly. You can see there the front end did not have the amount of grip that it required at that point in time, and ended up understeering pretty significantly and ended up going off the track.
All right, so it'll be an incomplete and a bit of fixing here of the cones that were knocked out of the way. We got a base about in the middle of the course, halfway through. You can see the course workers there. Let's make it official. Hubert Lee in the RSR NZ686 will have to do it on run number 2. Stiff competition here this weekend with the number of drivers that we do have. So no easy chance to pass into the top 32 for just about anybody, and we still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, I just finished page 1 of 4 on my qualifying sheet here.
Yes, Ryan's got a lot of paperwork up here. He's got his notes, he's got his little sheets that mark all of the zones that we have for this course, and he's got his official scoring in notation form, and then we've got the digital computer that enters everything in. So lots of work for judges here this weekend. Let's get our next driver up underway. Monkey Ito in the JZX 100 Chaser, our next driver up. Rolling into it here, 3, 2, 1, and another late initiation, a non-initiation, and understeer going off course, and quickly another incomplete. So some drivers still struggling with this track. We saw a number of years ago, Ryan, even some of the pro drivers in the U.S. really having a tough time with the track conditions. We saw a lot of gripping up going on during that World Championship event And so the car setup incredibly important here, especially with the high speeds.
Yeah, it's not an easy track to get around. It looks simple. It looks like just one transition and a couple of corners, but it's a lot more complicated than that. The elevation change is pretty significant. From the view that you're looking at right now, you can actually see that elevation. It comes up and then it drops back down again. So you're dealing with that. You're dealing with as you go from initiation to outside zone 1, the car compresses heavily. So you're dealing with a lot more grip through there than you will later as you're going up over that crest transitioning for outside zone 2.
Car number 22, Atsushi Wachi. Yes, 15. He gets that initiation going pretty well. Little bit short and late on that first outside zone. Better here, but you can see the line being drawn, just missing that inside clip. Really important to connect those. And does a better job on that final outside zone. Went a little bit past the rumble strips, but should still receive close to full points for that. Let's take a look at this run one more time.
You're right, he got the car to angle really well here early enough. So he's looking good as he comes around the first corner. A little bit shy in outside zone 1. Pretty decent transition there, but you can see that his angle adjusted as he was going through outside zone 2. But pretty steady through inside clip 1 to outside zone 3, despite kind of being on the wrong line there. He missed inside clip number 1 by a little bit, so not ideal through there.
77 being logged there for Atsushi Wachi. And Ryan, what's been really interesting to watch this year, and this year in particular more than years past, is just the number of tire manufacturers being represented in this series. I think at last count it was 11. I saw at least 1 or 2 new companies that I had not heard of coming into this round. So lots of differences in grip levels, in design, in compound structure. So it has been fascinating because we have different rules here for tires. All right, our next driver up, Yumura Shinichi in the JZX100 Chaser. Gets going here. He's going to be right there on that first outside zone and comes up a bit short here, and he's going to be tight on that inside clip, has to adjust his line. Got a good start there, but was not able to push out with the momentum to that second outside zone. And you can see the hesitation coming across the center of the course as he reached for that inside clip. But here it is one more time.
So the score he got for outside zone 1, because it was so strong through that area, is going to kind of support the rest of the scores. He did lose some points throughout the rest of the track, but you can see here right on the rumble strip, did a great job for outside zone 1. Very lazy transition though to outside zone 2, and because of maybe that and maybe the transition putting him in the wrong place, wasn't really able to get to outside zone number 2 properly, and then put him a little bit tight for inside clip number 1.
75 for Yumura Shinichi, car number 41. Not bad, but as we get down the competitors list, we'll soon establish where the cutoff is going to be after the first run. And I like the pace that we're making here. Tomoyuki Kitashiba, we've seen him before. Sunoco Goodyear in that 86.
Great looking livery, really pops.
Yeah, very colorful.
Very distinctive. You can tell who that is from a mile away.
And he is green to go. The Goodyear driver leaving the chicane and heading down into this first initiation point. He'll get it going right there. Tires smoking. Bit short on that first outside zone, cutting across. He's going to be short on the second and wide on the inside clip, so line suffering here. A little bit of a hesitation as he gets out to that third outside zone. So definitely some points of improvement here that he could look at for run number 2.
Not a terrible line score, but not a great line score either. This is going to be something he'll be able to improve on in the second run for sure. You can see outside zone 1, once he gets the car initiated, going to that outside zone 1, the car, it doesn't look like he's really letting the car hang out. The angle could be better there. Transition wasn't really snappy either, and it put him on a weird line there. Missed outside zone 2, didn't get close to inside clip number 1, and outside zone 3 was wide at the beginning, but left it kind of early. So definitely leaving points on the board all the way across all 3 of the criteria there. So something to work on, something to improve on for run number 2, but at least he'll get a score in the books for run number 1.
71, so just right there, kind of lower end of the current drivers that have gone so far. And we will quickly keep moving along, try to stay in front of this rain. Our first S13 of the afternoon is Saori Iwasaki.
So our first female driver to drive today. Not the only one, though,
Yes.
but the first one.
And Saori, we have seen pretty regularly here in FD Japan. Let's see what she can put together on her first run. She's going to get it initiated right there at that last standing cone. Right out to the edge of the course there. So far, so good. Good transition there, just a little bit deep into that second outside zone and also off that inside clip. But even without the massive power and big smoke line being generated for some of the other drivers, fundamentally, it looked like it was a pretty solid run overall. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, not a bad line score from Saori. She did a pretty good job of getting the car where it needed to be. She could have been more aggressive and she could have had more angle in a lot of the areas on the track, but I think she's putting the car more or less where it needs to be. She could have done better on inside clip 1, I think was the major deduction. You can see there she was off quite a bit. But on the outside zone, she's letting the car carry out wide, finished pretty strong. Not bad overall from her.
So really cool to see 2 females in the Formula Drift Japan Championship. With some success here, will receive a scored run on her first run in competition, and obviously something to build on run number 2. Score starting to drop here as we see where that slots her in. 71. So 71, she'll be tied with a number of drivers. Low score right now, besides the incompletes, is a 67. High score is an 89. Hidehiko Sujita in the Laurel, C33, up next. Through the chicane, here we go, run number 1. Tries to get it going there. You'll see the smoke starting to come up right past that second standing cone, just a bit short on that first outside zone. Transitions, pretty good execution there on that second outside zone, tight on that inside clip. So line-wise, we're seeing one of the few drivers hitting that inside clip and not overshooting it. Probably could have done a little bit better on that first outside zone, Ryan, but what's your take here on run number 1?
Yeah, I think you're right. He could have been wider on outside zone 1. He knocked over the second cone of outside zone 2, but I think that was because that cone has been hit so many times that it's barely holding in its base. Yeah, you can see there it could have been wider there. Pretty good job on outside zone number 2. Maybe a little bit late getting into it, and could have had better angle from inside clip 1 to outside zone 3. So a couple of little things to clean up for run number 2.
All right, so seeing scores get input here. '81 for Hidehiko Sujita. Not too shabby. Next driver up should be car 777, and it is Cho Sun-gu. Kind of feel Trumpian right there, like Kim Jong-un.
He's our sole Canadian, I'm sorry, Korean driver. And I didn't mean to say sole there. He's our only. Is that a joke that I made?
You did pretty
Sole
good.
Korean driver.
FD3S RX-7. Representing Korea, here we go. Gets an early start to his initiation. Uh-oh. Having trouble there. Tried to get it going early.
That's not going to work out.
Did see some runs from him in practice that looked pretty decent, but unfortunately it's going to be an incomplete on run number 1.
That is one of the risks you take initiating very early. If something happens to the car, or you lose momentum, or something happens in that area because you've initiated early, there's no benefit, there's no advantage to initiating very early. Some drivers seem to feel more comfortable if they initiate really early, but maybe he has a mechanical problem because he did just pull off the track entirely. He's parked off the racing surface altogether, and he is still sitting there. So I don't know if there's a mechanical issue, or I'm not sure what's going on.
There's the official score. And no question there.
So it looks like he has the car restarted. May have smartly recognized something was going off. Pulled off course. Looks like we're all good to go, and he's going to move off.
And this is the second event in a row. We've had 4 RX-7s with their rotaries intact. Actually 5 if you count the FC. So we have 4 FDs and 1 FC rotary RX-7s competing at this round, which is nice to see. You don't usually see that many of them anymore, but we've had a bit of an influx this season. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, and also a couple Supras as well. So we've got a pretty wide diversity. It used to be, you know, JZX dominant.
Yeah, JZX and S15s.
And
Speaking of which, you have another one here, but you know, we have the 5 RX-7s, we have S15s, we have GT86, we do have the JZXs as well, we have the old Skyline, the R31. So we have some interesting cars here. We actually had an old Hakusoka Skyline did come in to compete as well, but because they changed half of the car underneath without knowing the rules, it was not deemed eligible to enter the event, but it was here practicing today. Pretty cool to see that car. It's a 4-door, very classic Skyline out there on the track.
And of course, a couple Hachis for good measure.
Oh yeah, right.
Some, some
guys.
85s.
Yeah.
And of course, we have the Audi A5, which we'll be seeing a little bit later, the wide body.
Very different.
All right, here we go. Up next, Daichi Mizutani, a regular here in FD Japan. Gets a good start here, looking to draw that line out, but does not get there. Transitions in outside zone 2, floats it, hits that inside clip. A little bit better there, but you could see, looked like he was coming a little bit unglued there towards the end. But unfortunately, that first outside zone was not really in play for him, so car 963 had to go down.
This will not be a very strong score from him. Definitely some line points left on the table. I don't know if there was a mechanical issue there. It sounded like the car was struggling, but you can see here, not enough momentum to get him out wide to outside zone 1. Missed it by a long shot. Was right on the line at outside zone 2. Inside clip was pretty tight, but could have been a little closer. And then near the end there, definitely lower on angle than he should be. And the line wasn't very clean either. So leaving some points, and you can see there a 68.
So he'll want to replace that for run number 2. A 68 for Daichi Mizutani. And quickly moving along here, Yusuke Kusaba. Another 86 in the lineup. Car 938 has been given the green light. Here we go. Sweeping around, makes a first attempt at getting it sideways. Very early initiation. Is he going to have enough to move out? He does. He gets out to that first outside zone, drops that left rear. Pretty nicely done on that second outside zone. A little bit wide on that first inside clip, but took a risk at being a bit more aggressive there, and certainly fun to watch, even with some of the deductions that are likely to come his way.
Yeah, that was a different approach, very much on the inside. You can see all the way from even initiation, the inside, or sorry, the number 1 cone, very much inside, but managed to get out wide to outside zone 1, did a good job on 2. Could have been a little bit closer on outside zone 3, and then, or sorry, inside clip 1. Outside zone 3 did drop a tire there, but only a 1-point deduction in that area. So from the line side of things, pretty solid run. A couple of things to clean up, but overall, I think going to be a pretty solid score.
All right, up there with some of the leaders at an 85. So not too shabby for car 938. Yusuke Kusaba. And up next, our second female in competition. The wife to Shinji Minowa, Masao. Car number 618, JCX 100. Here we go. First run of the afternoon for her, heading down into the 3-2-1 cones, passes through, gets that drift going there, pushing out to that first outside zone, right at that white line. Bit of a slow transition, but the line looking pretty good here for Masao. And keeps the throttle on through the finish line. Nicely executed, and we are seeing the females looking pretty strong here this weekend.
Yeah, on line, I only knocked off a couple of points. That was a very solid run from Masao. She's going to be very happy with that one, I think. She managed to get the car out where it needed to go. She also had that line that was much more inside at the 1 cone, the initiation cone. You can see her right out to the line on outside zone 1. Her transition could have been stronger there to outside zone number 2. A little bit off inside clip 1 and right on the rumble strip for outside zone 3. So really good job from Masayo. She just needs to clean up that transition, make it a little bit more aggressive, and be a little more decisive in that area of the track. But overall, really good run from her.
A score of an 83, very respectable there. You can see where the deductions took place from each of the 3 judges. But nonetheless, a great starter package for her. Coming in at an 83. Car number 999 sitting at the line now. Isao Takano, another JZX. One of our federal drivers. Here we go. Green on green all the way around. Starts that initiation way early there. Now he's on throttle, committing to this first outside zone. He's going to come into a bit late there. Takes out that last standing cone. Some wavering in the front wheels as he goes wide at that inside clip. Now buttoning up the line there towards that final outside zone through the finish line. And Ryan, give us your take here on run number 1.
It seemed like being late on outside zone run really set him up poorly for the rest of the course. He had to struggle to get the car on the right line. You can see early initiation, kind of mid-track there at the 1 cone, but definitely late on outside zone 1, so it's going to be a deduction from him there. Late on outside zone 2 as well, so another deduction off of inside clip 1, another deduction there, and that inside clip 1 we know is worth 10 points, so he was off it quite a bit. And through the outside zone 3 area, could have been tighter. I think he was a little bit late on that one as well.
All right, so scores coming in. As Ryan mentioned, that inside clip, 10 points, so big opportunity there for drivers to really try to stay on line for his category. And it's a 63, so he's definitely going to want to replace that. That will not hold. We're already seeing scores into the high 80s, and we are at the lower end of the ranking order. So some of these scores most definitely will fall. Car number 84, Masakazu Hashi in the S15. And the Valinos have been so strong this year. Really powerful team, high in numbers, and very well represented. So here we go. Kicking things off. Understeer into outside zone 1. Big mistake there. Aggressively getting through the course, but making some mistakes along the way. And I am seeing at least one head of the judge looking to the others in terms of confirming whether or not that understeer was an incomplete. Remember, the judges are also looking for unchaseable leads. So that could be over angling, that could be driving offline. Let's take a look.
So as he gets the car to angle, you can see he went pretty straight twice. Yeah, and understeered, so that's going to be a 0 from him. He'll have to tighten things up on his second run and try to get a score on the board.
So there it is, making it official. Masakazu Hashi, an incomplete. Much better than we've seen so far from the field, Ryan, at other events where, especially in the wet conditions, we saw a huge number of incompletes. Saw that at Ebisu. And we're nervous about making that top 32 field here. We've got 57 drivers, and we've already seen some scores in the high 80s. So as our next driver gets up to the line, car 328, Shinichiro Saito, in that 180. Let's see what he can lock in here on the good ride vehicle. Wrapping through that right-hander. Here we go. Hitting that outside zone. Nice snap back around right on that white line. And as Jared Dienda would say, he was sending it there. There you go, buddy. Jared, I know you're watching. You just tuned in. Nice to see you. Truth be told, it is nice to have you out here. Just got to tell it like it is. Here we go. Ryan, tell us about this run.
You can see here he gets initiated very early, again on that inside line, but it sends him out perfectly to the outside zone 1 area. He didn't get into it as early as he could have. Right on the white line at outside zone number 2. Pretty tight on inside clip 1 and nice and wide right on the rumble strip at outside zone 3. It wasn't a very exciting run, but it was very clean, and he did exactly what he needed to do around the track. So I think he's going to do pretty well on the line and angle. We'll see what Robbie does on the style side of things, though.
Robin Ishida, the style judge, Brian Eggert, angle, Ryan Lantain, line. We have a slightly different setup here in Japan, where we have one of the judges acting as a full-time commentator, whereas back home we've got 2 commentators, and then we bring Ryan in to give us some sound evaluations of what's going on track as we wait for the score here from Shinichiro Saito in 88. So not too shabby. He's going to be falling right into second place so far, so that is a good start from him. And our first crown making his way up. This is Tetsuya Iha. Very mean looking vehicle. He's also running those Velinos. Slowly exits the chicane, but let's take a look and see how he gets to this initiation point. Starting to get on throttle here. Gets it going right at the last standing cone. Right out to the white line, a little bit late in that first outside zone, kind of a step transition. He's gonna go wide at this inside clip. He's gonna have to try to get out to the final outside zone, drops a tire there just over the white line. But it looks like besides a couple little flubs there, that inside clip probably left the most points on the table.
This is a big car, Ryan. Got to put that thing on the track here where a lot of smaller, lighter cars are competing. You can see there the angle isn't great going outside zone 1. Could have filled it earlier. That transition, you called it a stepped one. I think that's pretty accurate. He did not let the car rotate properly to angle, so he didn't really fill outside zone 2 properly. Was off of inside clip 1 pretty significantly there as well. Definitely leaving some points on the board here. Could have done better. I think he's going to be a little disappointed in his line score, but we'll have to clean that up for the next run.
All right. Looks like scores are dropping now, and it's a 73 for Tetsuya Iha. So probably right at the margins right now as we start getting to that halfway point in qualifying. As we mentioned early on, started off with 60 drivers, down to 57 after some drivers checked out of competition. And now we're halfway through run number 1. Yasuhiro Takaki, our next driver up, number 13 in that 180SX. First run of the afternoon. Slow rolling it into the initiation, doesn't really get it going here, straightens out, and I don't think that's gonna fly. So Ryan, I'll give you the honors of telling us when that incomplete happened, but certainly not a scored run.
No, he definitely failed to initiate at the latest initiation point, and although we do give a little bit of leeway, generally at that point, this was too severe to give a score. As you can see here, he's maybe attempting, drove straight pretty much up until the outside zone 1 area, maybe right into outside zone 1 is where he started initiating. Did not even complete the course at that point either, so he might have a mechanical problem with that car, not really able to keep it on throttle, you know, like on boost, let's say. So definitely need to look at that. I saw him in practice. He was looking good. So maybe there's a mechanical issue that needs to be remedied there for run number 2.
A very well-known driver, at least on the page, is our next driver up. And there it is, Tadahiro Fukada, the JZX 100 Mark II. One of the few Dunlop drivers in the series.
I feel like we're being teased right now, Ryan. The sun's out.
Yeah, no real rain just yet. It was supposed to be here at 5. It's not here, but we have been bamboozled by the weather before. So here we go. We get initiated, pull some angle out of the car, misses that first outside zone. Now sweeping into that second, into the first, inside clip, throttle on, blasting through the finish line. Started off a little bit weak there, but made some progress towards the end. Let's take a look at the replay here one more time.
He made a huge correction going outside zone 1. That is definitely going to affect his score for the line side of things because he wasn't able to get out wide. I believe the angle will be affected by that as well. So you can see here at angle, but big correction there. He didn't fill zone 1. Did a pretty good job on zone 2, getting his tire right on the line there. Pretty tight on clip 1 and right on the rumble strip at zone 3, but it's really the beginning of the course where I think he's going to be hurt line and angle wise, and maybe even style if Robbie sees fit to do so.
All right, so waiting for scores to drop here. Sun starting to move around in the sky as we see the clouds shifting a little bit. As we mentioned at the beginning of the broadcast, there is a typhoon not too far away from us that seems likely to hit sometime tonight. I'm getting the signal for a quick commercial break. We take about 2-minute commercial breaks here, halfway in between. So we will be right back at the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship Round 3 here at the beautiful Fuji Speedway. Be right back.
実証雨に強いタイヤ。横浜は濡れた路面であなたの想像以上に止まる、止まる、止まる。日本最高グレードのウェット性能 A をあなたの車に。雨に強いタイヤといえば横浜。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness, called brilliant. Valenti.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Grid.
What's up, guys? It's Frederic Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Kenda.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
モティー。
The brightness, called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valenti.
right, and we're back here at the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship, and if you are not RSR Ichiban, then you are not rolling with us here in Japan, because that is my favorite commercial.
Yes, just seeing Osbo trying to speak Japanese, pretty dorky, but gets it done.
And he's here this weekend for the 86 Fest, the festival continuing through Sunday. And we are halfway through the first run of qualifying. Here's our next driver up, car 448, Yoshiya Isaki, S15. Locking into that line, looking for this early initiation. Gets that smoke line right at that third standing cone, just right at the white line, a little bit late. Transition, he's going to be on that inside. Has to make an adjustment to that first outside zone. A little bit better on that final outside zone, but needs a little magic little Shazam there to fix it up in run number 2.
Well, Ryan, I don't know what Shazam is, but he needs a little bit more of whatever that is. You can see here as he goes to outside zone 1, the drivers are having a little bit issue filling that zone properly. He's a little bit late on it. Great transition, but not really able to fill outside zone 2 either. Off of inside clip 1 a little bit, and then gets that tire just over the line, over the rumble strip at outside zone 3. So leaving some points on the board, looking for some more Shazam. But maybe on the second run he'll be able to pull a little bit more of that out.
There's a pullback there. You kind of see what we are looking directly at.
No, that's Mount Fuji back there in the clouds.
Yep, that is from just behind the first outside zone, looking up towards where we are. So you can see a little bit of sun there, but currently in the shade down here on the track. And scores starting to come in for Yoshiya Isaki. One of the few drivers. It's a 77 on Aceleras. So mid-pack for him so far. I've seen a couple high 80s go. Handful of mid-60s and a lot of 75, 76, 77s. And the rest incomplete. Here's our next RX-7, Koji Kitagawa, car 654. Taking that inside approach here, tries to get it going, and just gets those tires smoking past that last standing. Comes up a little bit short. Weak transition to outside zone 2. And struggling to keep the car in drift. Looks like he shuts it down right before the exit of that last outside zone, which would be about 40 feet or so prior to the finish line. Ryan, how do we take that one into account?
Yeah, that's definitely an incomplete from him. Made some attempts there to keep the car at angle, but wasn't really able to fulfill the qualifying needs. You can see he was off outside zone 1 quite a bit because he went into it late into outside zone 2, and then you can see here he just doesn't have the jam in the car to get it through the finish line there. Kind of off boost, not really in the proper part of the rev range there to keep the car on steam through there, and kind of lost momentum.
All right, so another incomplete here as we keep things strolling along. Looks like the next driver up is going to be car number 5, Tomoki Tanaka, and there it is, making official. There he is at the line, the JZX 100. Waiting for the official start here for his first run. And here we go. Out of the gate, smoking the tires, a quick whip there through the chicane. Like what we see so far, but struggle a little bit. Now he's on it. Right on that white line, a little bit late in that first outside zone. Looks like he knew that he was overcommitted to that second outside zone. Didn't bring the car fully to angle, overshot that inside clip, way off line here on that final outside zone. So some aggressive moments there, but looks like a little bit of an overplayed hand here. Ryan, let's take a look at this first run.
Yeah, I think you can see an initiation. This is, like I said earlier, one of the risks of initiating very early is a lot can happen around that long corner. And if you're not lined up perfectly, you're going to end up being very, very late on outside zone 1, which is going to make you very, very late on 2. You're going to miss inside clip 1, and you're going to go off track at outside zone 3. So it's vital to get yourself lined up properly early on. And sometimes initiating way too early like that can really throw you off and ruin the whole run. So it's a bit of a risk initiating that early, especially when you can't see where you're going around that first corner.
All right, so score starting to be input here. Very low wind right now. We saw some high winds yesterday when we got here, and it's been known to blow quite hard prior to the storm coming in. But for Tomoki Tanaka, it's going to be a 70. And our next driver up is going to be Daisuke Hara in the S15. Good ride. Here we go. Early start for him. Smoke line being established. Saw a little bit of tire come off there. Shaky on that first outside zone and leading up to it. Better on that second outside zone. Relatively close to that inside clip, and now fully committed to that outside zone through the throttle, or excuse me, through the finish line using the throttle. But Ryan at the beginning got a little bit shaky there and twitchy right at that first outside zone.
Yeah, I don't think he really filled that outside zone 1 properly. You can see that I think he had a full tank of gas there as he was leaving the line. Looks like we got some smoke burning off the tires right there. Very unsure coming to outside zone 1. Very late on outside zone 1. Didn't really even get wide, but definitely some bobbles and corrections going out to that area. So he's going to have to clean that up on his second run if he wants to get a decent score here, because my line score is not great right now, and I don't imagine the angle score is going to be very strong for this run either. So as you start adding these up, I think it's going to be a relatively low score for him.
All right, so waiting for the score for Daisuke Hara. All three judges' scores are in, and it's a 72. So yeah, he will want to improve on that. Looks like our cutoff, at least right now, is probably going to be mid-70s to be safe. And Yuji Saito, our second of 3 Saitos, is up at the start line. All right, here we go. Kicking it out of the gate. Low line going up high, gets that early initiation on the throttle. Trying to stay on course here. He does, right at that outside zone. Nicely executed, but he's going to go wide, pull some angle out of the car, and we've seen just how challenging it could be to link that second outside zone into the inside clip. Trying to find the right momentum, the right angle, and utilizing all the tools that the drivers have, but trying to keep an eye on style, the fluidity, the commitment. Here we go, Ryan, here's the replay.
The other judges are trying to talk to me, but my headset's on and I can't hear them. So let's look at the run right now. He got to angle at the, before that 1 cone. A couple of bobbles and corrections. Did a good job in outside zone 1. Great job in outside zone 2. Did go a little bit long on it though, and you can see that he really missed inside clip number 1. Went pretty much straight before outside zone 3, but it looked like barely straight, so maybe we should score that one. I'm getting some funny looks from over here. But in terms of a chaseable lead, I think that was a chaseable lead. He was on throttle, he was moving, kept his momentum up through the course, just didn't have the best line or angle through a couple of sections on the course.
So the very aggressive front end of that vehicle, certainly something to look at here, but it's all about the scores coming through for Yuji Saito. Final score being inputted, and looks like we have a number being dropped, a 68. So that will not play so far. They'll want to pick that up. but at least he knows where he got his deductions on run number 1 and can improve for run number 2. As we move right along here to car number 145, Takatoshi Imamaeda. That said S15, but I believe that is an S14.
You are correct.
So I don't know what's going on there.
So we'll have to repair that.
All right, here we go. Gets that early initiation. Smoke line starting to develop, pushing out wide, almost drops a tire. And would have been dropping loads of dirt all over the track, but he makes it back around, hits that inside clip a little bit wide, but overall, pretty impressive there. Liked his approach. He started off slow, rolling into the initiation, got really on throttle. And Takatoshi Imamaeda looks to be dropping a pretty decent score on run number 1.
Did a great job in outside zone 1, Ryan. He filled it nicely. You can see here, I think the line that people are running is right. You know, nice and tight on the inside, gets you perfectly lined up for outside zone 1. Just a little bit late on 2 and kind of overshot it a bit, which sent him off of inside clip 1. Outside zone 3, right on the rumble strip, beautiful line through there. So overall, not a bad run. Could have tightened a couple of things up, but considering the difficulty of the track, first run, pretty good run. He should get a decent score to get him comfortably into the ladder or the scoring.
Top 32?
Whatever you're going to call it right now. 88, there you go.
88.
Save me, Ryan.
Second place so far. And that was a great start for him. So he's going to be tied with Shinichiro Saito. Currently our number 1 qualifier was a driver early on. Driver we've seen before, Yoshichika Tamagawa, that 89. That's holding strong so far. And here's the first 85. 333 Tomonori Tasaka, a regular in the series, has been known to throw some incredible angle in that vehicle, and saw him do it a few times in practice. Let's take a look here. Very quick car, gets on the throttle, driving it just a bit short of that first outside zone. Better there on the second. And again, relative proximity to that first outside zone. And there we go, finishing up pretty strong there. And let's put Jared to bed as we send it here for car 333 on the replay.
Is Jared going to bed?
He is.
It's about time. It's getting late. So looking at his initiation, pretty good job there. Didn't get all the way out to outside zone 1. Transitions to outside zone 2, nicely right over the line, so perfectly where he needs to be. A little bit off of inside clip number 1, but right on the rumble strip through 3. So did a good job overall with that little car. I can't remember what engine that one has. I know one of them has a FJ Cruiser V6. The other one has an engine out of an MR2 maybe. I can't remember. They're very confusing, but very different from your traditional E85 or E86 setup.
We got the hodgepodge setup there. Whatever works, but it's a 76 on run number 1, so he's going to be right at the fold. And car number 14, Tomohiro Murayama, he's up next, representing Dunlop. Very competitive here in FD Japan. The tire manufacturers creating tires specifically for these events. And we have seen some very grippy tires over the years, but this year, just some really amazing driving with these tires. And there we go, getting that start, reaching out to that first outside zone, just short of that first line, but smooth so far. Fluidity and commitment seems to be on point, but a little bit deep, too deep on that inside clip for line. Finishes up pretty strong in that final outside zone, which a lot of drivers have been seemingly able to do without too much difficulty. But let's take a look at the first half of the run here.
Trying to do my quick math here, Ryan. Just give me a second. There we go. So looking great on outside zone 1, right on that white line, just on the inside of it. So you'll get almost full points there. Outside zone 2, a little bit late into it, but really wide out on the right line. It did, because he went into it a little bit late, he left it a little late, which didn't allow him to get into inside clip 1 as tight as he could have. So he could have been a little bit tighter there, but overall, gets a 79.
All right, so 79 for Tomohiro Murayama. Good little building block for him going into run number 2. And we are moving along to our third RX-7 of 4, I believe, was that last count. Yoshitaka Ogane. Beautiful looking X, here we go. And he's already trying to break it loose here early. Gets that smoke line being drawn from that first. Last standing cone, but he's going to be shallow on that first outside zone. Better on the second. Adjustment to the wheels on that inside clip. Moving wide here. Fills that final outside zone. Stays on throttle through the finish line. Still some drivers, Ryan, were struggling to try to find that appropriate line and the balance of speed going into outside zone number 1. And Ogane falling victim to that as well.
I think what you talked about earlier, Ryan, the incredibly grippy tires that they're running these days in Formula Drift Japan is making it difficult for them to fill the outside zones. You know, with the power levels that they have, they're really having to work really hard to spin those tires. You can see that he did a fairly decent job, but just a little tight on the course. He could have been wider, could have filled it a little bit better.
All right, so an 81 for Ogane in the FD3 SRX7. He will put run number 1 to bed, and we will move on to one of the regulars in the sport, 888's Kenji Yamada. I believe the sole Nexen driver in the series right now.
It's an interesting little factoid.
And he is, of course, in the S15. Standing at the line and ready to go.
So is Jared still with us, Ryan? Did you say he's in Canada right now?
I'm not sure where he's at, but...
Oh, no, Colorado, sorry. Both start with C's, but yeah. I hope he's having fun wherever he is.
And a little bit of a late initiation, not getting to it. This looks like it's got incomplete written all over it. And still, he's going to try to make it happen, but he is way off course there. And you got to imagine there's some frustration. He really didn't get it going, Ryan, and it all kind of started with the inability to initiate.
That is an outside zone there, Ryan, not an inside clip, but he did go around the back of it. Definitely off on a couple of sections of the track. In the beginning, could not get the car to angle properly. You can see immediately this may be another result of those super sticky tires where not able to get the car to angle, you know, really having to be aggressive with a flick or something like that to get the car unsettled. Maybe the traditional, you know, clutch kick in more of a straight line won't allow the car to get to angle, won't break traction with those tires because they just are so grippy.
Well, that's certainly, you got to wonder if that's what's going on for some of these drivers. I think as we get into the top 10, we'll certainly see some of the higher powered vehicles really utilize the grippiness of those tires, and they can really come blazing fast through this course, especially guys like Masuyama and Ueo, Andrew Gray. Saw some good runs in practice, and hoping that holds up here in qualifying as we reposition some of our course markers.
Early today, Ryan, it was pretty hot. It was pretty muggy. It's a little bit cooler now. The sun's kind of gone away, cloudy. It has rained and dried up again after that. So the track's been through a lot of different conditions for one day. You know, it might be a little tricky to set the car up right, the tire pressures, suspension settings, and it might be proving to be pretty challenging for these drivers and teams to do so.
Shoyua Saito, S15 Sylvia, Car Guy Racing, our next driver up. He's on good rides. And it looks like he's got the green light. First run of the afternoon, trying to get it started early here. Gets that initiation way before the third standing cone. Pushing out to that first outside zone right there. Great job. Maybe could add a little bit more angle. Another stepped transition. Oh no, it's starting to fall apart on that inside clip. He drops down there in what is not really a decel area. And Ryan, maybe you should tell us where those decel areas are. I'm not sure if we went through that in detail. Not that it plays so much in qualifying, but it'd be great just to get advance notice on that.
Yeah, you definitely want to be driving within the decel map, let's call it, during qualifying as well. So you can see as he transitions here, that's typically your decel zone, and then you get back on throttle through inside clip 1, but he was still decelling by inside clip 1, so definitely an error there on his part on the fluidity and commitment side. The fluidity being earlier on with the transition, and then the commitment being going through to inside clip 1. So the style judge will definitely ding him on that, and he'll have to clean things up for his second run. Line-wise, though, not terrible. A couple of deductions, but not awful through the run for him.
So the car 408 of Shoya Saito taking up that last standing marker of outside zone number 2. That'll be quickly fixed, and looks like scores are starting to come in as we get the next car up to the line. Where is it going to be for Saito? '76, right at the threshold so far. The 89 of Yoshichika Tamagawa is still holding, and we've got 2 88s. So nobody broken into the 90s just yet, but almost certain that that's going to happen. Car number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo. Another S13. And here his first run in his qualifying campaign. Pushing out, bit long, or bit short and late in that first outside zone. Twitchiness of the first inside clip on those wheels. Dips a tire there just past the white line on that outside zone. But let's digest this one more time and take a look at it here. See where those mistakes were made.
You can see outside zone 1, he was very late on outside zone 1. Didn't really fill the zone. He got wide, but much later than the zone itself. Outside zone 2, kind of the same story. And did not too bad on the latter half of the track there, inside clip 1 to outside zone 3. But like you said, did put a tire off the rumble strip going through the finish line area. So one slight point deduction there, but overall, looks like he did not too bad.
Pretty good run there, 85. So that's going to be a keeper for him and put him into the top 5 so far. Our tiebreakers, which we do sometimes require, default to the lower score on the second run. And then if we get a secondary tiebreaker or needed secondary tiebreaker, we'll go to the style score. And this is Jin Harino in that S15. On good rides here. Emblazoned on the side of the door. So big representation for him. Here we go. Pretty aggressive through the chicane. Really gets on throttle. He's going to break it early, way before the third standing cone. On throttle here, pushing out wide, and nicely executed. Almost drops a tire, very close there, but that snap back around outside zone 2, pretty amazing there. A bit wide on that inside clip, but full commitment to that final outside zone. So just on aggression alone, a pretty exciting run to watch, even with a couple little deductions that we know are to come here. And Ryan, I have to imagine that just surged a little bit too far in that first outside zone, but just a small little tire drop there.
Yeah, no, overall he did a great job, especially that transition. Like you said, he's very aggressive there. It put him in the right place for most of outside zone 2, but he went a little bit wide on inside clip 1. You need to, I guess, understand the flow of this track to know how difficult it is. Go ahead, Ryan.
So an 85, still a good score for him. Go ahead, continue with what you're saying.
It's from initiation to really know where you got to be for outside zone 1 is difficult. Once you get through outside zone 1, you're trying to flick the car as aggressively as possible towards outside zone 2 without truly being able to see inside clip 1. So you're really working on muscle memory. You're trying to know not only muscle memory, but visual where, you're looking. Is that the right spot I need to be? Because I need to line up for the other thing that I can't really see yet. So it's very difficult to get this track to work 100%.
Yuichi Yamagai, here he is, early initiation. He's going to get way out there and go off course pretty dramatically. 2 wheels at least at first pass, better on that second outside zone. And he might save this one. But as you said, Ryan, the timing for outside zone 1, critical. We haven't seen too many guys nail it with the right amount of angle on the right line. And Yuichi Yamagai just goes a little bit wide on that first outside zone.
So let's take a look at where he initiates and his line. So that's a very early initiation. His line is about mid-track, but you can see that he goes way off here. Looks like 2 to 3 tires off, which if it's a 3-tire off situation, that it is an incomplete. I think that probably the front left and then the both rear tires were off at the same time. So it ends up being 3 wheels off and an incomplete for him in that situation, unfortunately.
So I'm seeing Ryan confirming that with the other 2 judges if they agree with that interpretation. Is that agreeable across the board, Ryan?
Yes, sir, it is. They were just making sure that I was on the same page, but that is absolutely what we all agreed on.
All right, so the judge is going incomplete there for 3 tires off on that first outside zone. Happened very quickly, but nonetheless, he will have his work cut out for him in run number 2. And there it is, making it official. The young buck in the series here, car 57, is up next, or slated to be next. The Top Tool Racing Velino driver in that S13 is Kanta Yanaguira.
And Ryan, I hear he has a new power plant under the hood.
Interesting. Well, that is very exciting. One of the really amazing drivers to watch. And let's see what he can do here on run number 1. Nicely done there on that first outside zone. The snap back around was beautiful. Little bit too aggressive on that inside clip after that amazing snap, but that is what we like to see. Drivers really pushing it there. The transition from outside zone 1 to 2 was extremely snappy, even if just mistimed a little bit. But Ryan, walk us through here. That was one of the more aggressive runs we've seen so far.
Yes, sir. So he has a new 2JZ under the hood, which is giving him power to be able to throw this car around. You can see did a great job on zone 1, a little bit late on zone 2, and overshot inside clip 1, but he's definitely able to throw that car around pretty aggressively. He just needs to put it a little more precisely where it's supposed to be on the track.
All right, so an 89, and with that aggression and the control of the vehicle, even with some of those mistakes, he's going to be tied for first place now. And that is not unlike him. We see him do pretty well in qualifying, so he will have a good run in run number 1 as we replace the markers on the course. And we are quickly moving our way into the top 10 with just 2 more drivers to go. But before we get to that, it's number 12 in the championship right now, the good ride driver of Manabu Fujinaka. Or it could be Tetsuya Kume.
Tetsuya Kume.
Yes, okay. Yes, it's Kume. The Velino driver trying to make his way into the top 10 on this round. Has had some success get started on that high line. We've seen drivers with various approaches. Looks like a slow approach here, and he is not going to get a good start. And that is going to be an incomplete pretty much out of the gate. Not sure what happened there. So tough break for him. He'll have to do it on run number 2, but it's going to be an incomplete on run number 1. And Ryan, looks like he just really stopped carrying momentum after the chicane and didn't really get the run started.
Yeah, that could be another situation of a mechanical problem with the car, not being able to get it to boost up to get the throttle. You can see he's just very, very slow by inside clip 1. He's trying to get the car at angle. He's trying to give it little flicks, but it's just not able to get the wheels, the tires to break loose. until much, much later throughout the course. So he's going to have to give it another try in run number 2.
All right, now we should have Manabu Fujinaka up. Incomplete being verified. There it is. The official score coming through. The familiar looking RX-7. TCP Magic. Same guys that had worked with Mad Mike in his FD Japan stint the past few years. And he's got the green light. I'll close the door, and we're underway. Fujinaka, run number 1 here. First run of qualifying. 89 is your highest score so far. Early initiation, carrying good momentum out. He's going to come up way short, however. The timing plaguing some of these drivers, and he's going to go wide as well at that inside clip. So what looked to be a good aggressive start for him was a mistimed outside zone 1 and an overshot inside clip 1. And Ryan, let's talk about how we can improve here on run number 2.
Yeah, initiation seemed pretty strong, but again, it all comes down to timing and placement of the car, and he definitely misjudged some major portions of this track, starting with outside zone 1, which had a cascade effect throughout the rest of the run. So he's going to have to be more precise on that outside zone 1, and it all stems from the initiation. You know, if you initiate way too early as he did there, it could put you in the wrong spot.
So a 76 being locked in for 808 Manabu Fujinaka. And car 33, Kazuki Hayashi, our next driver up on my paperwork, and there he is in the 86. First run for him. Here we go. Midline approach, early, on throttle, big smoke line already. Trying to get the timing right. Nicely done there, right at the, and unfortunately a halt in his rotation on that transition to outside zone 2 is going to leave what looked to be an amazing start to run number 1 coming up a bit short here.
Yeah, looked like he was going to be very precise in the early part of this track. Very early initiation, one of the earliest rubber marks on the track there. Coming out to outside zone 1, did a very good job of getting out wide there, but just poor transition, didn't get the car rotated all the way out to outside zone 2, but finished the second half of the course pretty strong. But that'll be a pretty big deduction for him, I think, on the style side of things in that area for the fluidity and probably angle as well. And line-wise, of course, he did miss that area for outside zone number 2.
So the remnants of smoke, tire smoke from Hayashi still looming here as we wait for the scores to come in. And it's a 76. It's going to be a throwaway, most likely. All right, we are now into the top 10 drivers. Kazuya Matsukawa is the next driver on the list. The twin 85s. Here's the second half of that. And he is off and running. Pretty aggressive there through the chicane, midline approach. Now taking it on the inside, gets the car to angle, pushing out wide. Nicely done there, right at the rumble strip. Smooth transition back around, quick e-brake pull to that inside clip. And unfortunately, when he hits the inside clip, he loses the momentum pushing out to that outside zone. So Ryan, it looks like you guys are definitely pointing to a big mistake there. What happened?
That is a tough one to say. He was looking so strong. He was looking great through outside zone 1. Look at the angle, look at the line. Transition's great, right over that white line, which is exactly where we want him. And then he comes in inside clip 1, hits that clip, and just isn't able to complete the course with angle, unfortunately. So will be an incomplete for him.
Well, tough break there, but definitely driving straight well before the finish line, which are those two yellow cones off to the right-hand side, about 40 feet past that final outside zone. So that is going to be an official incomplete. And our currently number 9 ranked driver, Shang Nian, the Singaporean, in his JZX 100 Chaser. Oh, bit of a hiccup there. Now, Ryan, you were telling me about some, yes, that'd probably be good.
Yes, good to get those guys off the track first.
You were telling me about some really cool nighttime lights that Shang and Andrew Gray have on their vehicles. Will we see it here at this time of the day?
I don't believe so. I don't think they will have turned it on, but we'll have to see. It's on the driver's side door of Nian's car, so I don't think it'd be on right now, but maybe.
Well, the aggressive driver, Shang, the winner of the event last year, knows this track well. Big angle, precise, a little bit short, but aggressive here. Looks like a high-scored run so far. And the winner of this event last year, beating his teammate Andrew Gray in a very emotional moment, looks to be at least very comfortable here at Fuji Speedway.
If you look at his line, did a pretty good job. Had a couple of bobbles on angle, though. So look at the way he gets the car to angle. Gets it out to outside zone 1, right on the rumble strip. Beautiful job there. Transitions the car, gets it to the white line. You can see the door actually, it is on right now, but it's too light outside to see it very strongly. But you can see that he really placed the car where it needs to be throughout the majority of the track. And he's getting very few deductions from me on line.
So Shang Nian starting off pretty strong. As we await the scores for the Power Vehicles driver. Getting some confirmation from the judges here as some of the scores being locked in. And I have to imagine that's certainly going to be up there, probably competing very close to the #1 qualification spot, if not becoming the new #1 potentially. We've got the high of an 89 so far, done early on in the first run of qualifying, and just a few runs ago by Kanta Yanaguira. And it's going to come a little bit short there, but still near the top, 86. That'll put him right around 4th place. So respectable run for Shang. And it's worth spending a little bit of time talking about this next vehicle, the wide-body Audi A5 of Kazuya Iizuka. Car number 28 is slated next. One of the larger displacement engines in the series here in FD Japan. We've seen some great development of this vehicle. Many people really love the look of it, running that DTM style wide body. He is in the top 10, but looking for a strong result here in Fuji. Here he goes. You can hear him screaming through the course. Nicely timed, a little bit long on that outside zone and a little bit short on the second one, but tight on that inside clip. Good aggressive throttle control through the final section of the course. And I think that run is going to play ball here, and definitely a keeper. The GT Radial driver starting off with some pretty high marks there in run #1.
Yeah, he looks pretty good here with his flashing headlights out wide to outside zone 1, but ran it a little bit long, which made him run a little bit long on outside zone 2. Pretty close to inside clip #1, and then just a little bit off of outside zone 3. So overall, not a terrible job through the course. I think he could have tightened it up a little bit. So we'll see how he can do on his second run.
All right, so Kazuya Iizuka with a pretty solid start there to his qualifying campaign. 57 drivers trying to fill 32 spots here, so there's some overcrowding that is happening. There's going to be a lot of elimination, so these next set of runs are going to be extremely important in terms of a tiebreaker. An 84 So pretty decent score for him in run number 1. Our other Singaporean in competition here, number 83, Benjamin Chiam, has really kind of come into his own over the past few events in the past year or so in that wide body Supra. And I'm hoping that you'll all see why here. Here we go. He's going to get it on a midline. Wow, whipping out wide, pushes a bit too far there. And once again, the timing really coming into play. He is going to murder a couple of course markers. But I'm pretty certain we're going to get an incomplete on that one. That was well off on that first outside zone, way into the grass. And Ryan, let's take a look at this here. He was really flying towards that first outside zone.
Yeah, you're right. He did go 3 wheels off there, so it will be an incomplete from Benjamin. You can see here 1, 2, and 3, almost 4 off. And then as he transitions, drops another tire or 2 there and ends up kind of straightening up before the finish line. So kind of multiple zeros there that you can choose from, but the first one is the one that really counts, and he'll get an incomplete for that.
So the pressure is certainly going to be on for Benjamin. He'll have to do it in his second run as our next driver is getting in the burnout box, and we are replacing a few course markers. That next driver should be Koichi Yamashita, and it is. Sitting 6th in points right now. And always one to watch. The car number 8 driver in the JZX 100 Mark II has been running that style of vehicle for the past few years in Formula Drift Japan. Some pretty good success. Had a great event at Okiobuki last year. And him and Minowa have had some good back and forth. Minowa will be our next driver up, Shinji that is. The Heyman driver and wife to Masayao. Excuse me, husband to Masayao. Is our 5th place driver right now. Below him, we've got Katsuhiro Ueo, Hayato Miyoshi, Wataru Masuyama, and Andrew Gray will be our final driver in the first run of qualifying. And then we will go back to the top for the second and see how far we make it through. So far, so good, Ryan, with the weather. The wind has really died down to pretty much nothing. And the clouds have not really moved, just been scattered, and we've been sitting underneath this cloud cover for a good part of an hour or so. And it's got to be challenging for these drivers to adjust to the track conditions when it was very sweaty and hot with the surface exposed to the direct sunlight. So here we go. Koichi Yamashita, the Weld, Work, Arai, and Velino driver. Very early, way before that third standing cone. Here he is, right there. He's gonna thread the needle. Nice transition back around, a little bit deep there. Wide by just a foot or so on that first inside clip, but finishes up strong, and you can see how quick he made it his way through the course. Still able to lay down a pretty fast and fluid run, even with a couple little mistakes that could be adjusted. Let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, good job from him on this run. Pretty clean run. Like you said, very early initiation. A little bit of an angle correction as he came to outside zone 1. Good transition. A little bit late though, so he didn't really fill outside zone 2 properly. He was off inside clip 1 by a couple of feet there, and then ended up into outside zone 3 pretty solidly. But definitely left some points on the board, and I think he'll be a pretty good qualifying score for him though.
All right, so the veteran Formula Drift Japan driver is awaiting his score as we get some course markers back in the mix. They've been flying all over the place, even with those heavy bases. Just standing off, and look at this.
92.
A 92 is now representing your #1 qualifier so far. So that is a strong performance by him, and it will most definitely hold as a keeper run, jumping up into first place and passing by both Yoshichiko Tamagawa and our second driver, with an 89. Kanta Yanaguira. But here is one of the guys that is always campaigning for a championship every single year, the Heyman driver, Shinji Minowa, in the JZX 90 Mark II. Minowa leaves the gate. You can already tell he's blasting through. Massive early initiation, huge smoke line, very aggressive, getting out to outside zone 1, just dropping that tire. He's going to stay a little bit too long in there, and that's going to make him be a bit too long in that second outside zone, but he still makes it look good. He was relatively tight on that first inside clip, and it may not be our number 1 qualifier just based on a few of those noticeable mistakes, but you can see just how deadly he's going to be in head-to-head competition.
Yeah, if he's able to be a little bit more precise with the level of commitment, throttle usage, everything that he's putting together here, he just needs to be a little bit more precise on the track. You can see there, drops the tire in outside zone 1, goes a little bit long on it, which in turn sends him long on outside zone 2. He misses inside clip number 1, but gets right on the rumble strip for outside zone number 3 and finishes with a tire just over the rumble strip there. So definitely something to clean up on the line, but I think the other scores here should be pretty solid.
So very, very well could be a score into the 90s, the low 90s potentially. Not sure it'll challenge the number 1 qualifier, but he did have a lot of angle. Really the line points, I think, is where some of the deduction may have happened. And we've got Ryan Lantine, who is our line judge, and there it is. A few points also missing from angle and 4 points missing from style. So an 84. A keeper for him, but it will not help him in a tiebreaker in a situation where we get into a tiebreaker for a very valuable position. Next driver up, that is Katsuhiro Ueo. Can you believe that? The very freaky looking S15. This is the car that he's been driving throughout the season, but it's got a completely different physical look to it now, very Transformer-y. And he has been a joy to watch and to listen to. He's had some really funny things to say in post-event interviews on the podium. Let's see if he can continue. Looks like a very aggressive approach, laying down a big smoke line already, pushing out to that first outside zone. Oh no, a bit too wide. Throw some dirt up, very shallow on that line to outside zone 1. And I think if we see that replay and we get that third tire, it's probably going to be an incomplete, but not for lack of trying nonetheless.
I saw this car earlier coming off the track or driving through the pits, and I thought it was one of the time attack cars, but I was wrong. So here he comes initiating nice and early. He's driving really well today through practice, but I think he got a little bit too aggressive here, and it looks like he dropped 3 wheels off at outside zone 1, so it's going to be an incomplete from him, unfortunately. Just needs to be a little bit more precise. If he keeps up the level of driving that he's been doing in practice, we're all just amazed at his aggressiveness and just how much he's able to get the car where he wants to put it. This was just a slight miscalculation, let's call it. But if he's a little bit more precise, I think he's going to be putting up a pretty solid score in the second run.
Well, even with some of the top drivers, we've seen a miscalculation leading to an incomplete here for some of the guys in the top 10. We've got 3 zeros in the top 10 with Kazuya Matsukawa and Benjamin Chiam, and now Katsuhiro Ueo. And some track repairs being done, but you saw the repairs that need to happen as well to Hayato Miyoshi, a driver known for massive, big angle initiations, very quick transitions. He's been a solid driver. He's currently sitting in 3rd place with that R34 Skyline, but missing a headlight there as well as the front part of the body kit. So fully exposed. Intercooler there. And obviously that happened in practice, and I think he just let that go. So, the Good Ride vehicle, R34 Skyline, trying to lock in a good score here. 32 spots available, 57 drivers. Initiates at the 3rd standing cone, pushing out wide. He almost makes a big mistake, but I see the pens moving. Judges are scoring it. This looks like this will lock in. It's not going to be the best run of the afternoon with that mistake in outside zone 1, but it should play. And Ryan, let's take a look at this run one more time here from Hayato Miyoshi in the R34 Skyline.
Yes, let's do that. His initiation, not as early as some, but definitely not as late as a lot of other ones. So the right spot inside on that line. Drops a tire on outside zone number 1, a big bobble there before the transition, and then goes a little bit long on outside zone number 2. Nice line there at inside zone, or inside clip 1, and then outside zone 3. Looks like he dropped 1 tire as he was going through the last part of that zone to the finish line.
Interestingly enough, on our internal comms channel here, getting a report that there is a little bit of sprinkling on the first corner. And we do see that sometimes when we have patchy clouds like this, rain in various parts of the track that we actually don't see up here. No rain right where we can see it, but apparently potentially some moisture right above the start line, which is probably 1,000 yards away. But we're going to keep it going. Car number 530, Wataru Masuyama, to me, has been the most improved top 5 driver from 2018 to 2019. And particularly, it's been in his head-to-head matchups where he has refined his driving, really become a good chase driver. And what we've known him for are these runs here, these individual qualifying runs where he does things that look so smooth and impossible, like that, right at the edge of the course. Nice flick back around. A little bit of an adjustment there, but big angle being carried out to outside zone 3. And with the exception of just a little bit of a line deduction on that inside clip, you get a chance to see some of the high-level driving here of Masuyama.
Really great initiation, Ryan. He looked really solid in the beginning. Look at the line that he's drawing there, right out on that white line, which is exactly where we told him to go, right on the white line in outside zone 2. He just had a bobble there going to inside clip 1 and really wide out to outside zone number 3. So did a great job throughout the entirety of the course. So good job by him.
So Masuyama continuing to impress here, even with a couple little mistakes. It'll definitely be a keeper. It's where it's going to go, and it's going to put him right up there, tied for first place, a 92. And you can see where the deductions came in. 27 on line, 28 on angle, 37 on style. So that is going to be a definite keeper for him, and we know some headroom there. Here he is, the current leader of the Formula Drift Japan Championship. Andrew Gray, 3-time champion, extremely dominant in the series. Struggled at the beginning, and he is going to struggle here in his qualifying run on that first outside zone. He's cleaning up the second half, but he's going to come up a little bit short in the line category by not filling that final outside zone. And that has got to just be a little bit of unanticipated changes to the track conditions for Andrew, because that seemed a little bit off the standard we usually see from him.
I think you're right, Ryan. He is the last driver to go in this session, and the last time he drove was probably, an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours ago. And you can see he definitely missed outside zone 1 and outside zone 3. So definitely some deductions there for him on those 2 areas.
All right, so the final driver of the first run of qualifying. Now we're going to do it all over again. We will get the score, and then we'll go to a resetting commercial break, come back, and start knocking out the second half of qualifying. But let's take a look at Andrew Gray's score here. It's an 83, so it's going to be mid-pack for him. Definitely want to improve. Here at round 3, Fuji Speedway, the G-Shock presents Formula Drift Japan Championship. First run of qualifying's in the books. We'll come back and do number 2 in just a few moments. Be right back.
実証雨に強いタイヤ。横浜は濡れた路面であなたの想像以上に止まる、止まる、止まる。日本最高グレードのウェット性能 A をあなたの車に。雨に強いタイヤといえば
横浜。
革新のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。
The brightness called brilliant. Valenti.
Quality of Japanese craftsmanship. Grid.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Alspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Kenda.
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
モティ。
The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valenti.
Welcome back to the G-SHOCK Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship here at Fuji Speedway. This is round 3. We're into qualifying run number 2. And Ryan, we did a little math during the break. Looks like we've got 35 scores, but we have 57 drivers. So a few zeros out there that need to be improved on. This driver does not have one. A zero, that is. He's got a 77. He's safe so far. It looks like the cutoff dropped down to about 72, 73. But I think as the conditions, if they stay relatively stable and no rain, we're going to see that number get a little bit higher. Matthew Hill, Four-Man's Automotive in the S15 Sylvia. Way early initiation. Smoke line being drawn, heading out to that outside zone. He's going to come up short. Transitions pretty smooth into that second outside zone. A foot or two off that first inside clip. A little bit short on the final outside zone. So even though it is a two-turn course, some of the drivers still struggling here on run number 2. A 77 is going to want to be increased by Matthew Hill, Ryan, So let's take a look here at this second run.
Yeah, missed a big opportunity on outside zone 1. Pretty good job on outside zone 2, though. He inside clip number 1 could have been closer, definitely there, and was not very wide on outside zone 3. So he left some points in those key areas that, you know, usually I say, oh, he's got a chance on his second run to clean that up, but that was his second run. So I don't think line-wise he did better on his second run than he did on his first.
So Matthew Hill planned to join the Formula Drift Japan Championship for all of 2019, unable to make the first 2 rounds, trying to make up some ground here as scores starting to come in. The first driver that is going to be done with qualifying is going to lock in a 76. So it is not going to improve on his first run. He's actually going to come up 1 point short. So he's going to hope that that will hold throughout competition. Tetsuro Nakata, our next driver, the JZX 100 Mark II, running the Tri-Ace tires. 67 on his first run. Early initiation, low line, and because of that, he's not able to push out wide. Comes up a bit short on that second outside zone as well. A bit closer on that inside clip, but the last few drivers have even missed outside zone 3. So Ryan, let's take a look at this second run here. Another driver leaving a few points on the table.
Yeah, definitely missing outside zone 1 as well. Didn't get out wide to outside zone 2. Missed inside clip 1 and outside zone 3. So points were lost at every one of the outside zones and inside clips. So definitely need to clean that up if he's going to be, you know, running those lead runs, needing to do a better job in the lead position when it comes to the actual tandem side of things.
All right, so he had a 67. Shouldn't be too difficult to increase that score, but not sure that that's going to do it. Really needs to get into the mid, at least the low to mid 70s to make the cutoff right now. He's going to do it. He's going to bump up by 9 points, so it's a 76. That'll tie him for at least 3 other drivers that have a 76 on their first run. So with the 71 in his first run,
which is the cutoff now.
Which is now the cutoff. Teruyoshi Iwai in a beautiful looking RX-7.
And there are 3 drivers with that score of 71, so he definitely needs to increase that by a few points to secure himself a spot.
So starting to fill in some of the details here. Iwai gets out there right on that white line, transitions shallow, doesn't fill the second outside zone. The inside clip was driving by with a beautiful smoke line that looked very continuous there, so did a great job in that section of the course and was still able to get out to that final and third outside zone, but unfortunately did have a mistake there early on, Ryan, and he does have that 71. Will that better in run number 2?
I think his line score is going to improve based on what I've got here. He did miss outside zone 2, but he did a great job in outside zone 1. Outside zone 3, you can see here, was just off of it. Could have been a little bit tighter on that white line. But overall, it looked like a pretty smooth run, so this may be an improvement for him. And it is.
A big improvement in 83, so we are seeing some of the drivers step up under pressure here. That should give him some cushioning to what we have so far as the cutoff. And here is our first driver that did have an incomplete on his first run. It's Taichi Isano in the S15 Secret Racing Sylvia.
And this is where those scores are going to really jump, because these drivers that had zeros are now going to be scoring and getting points on the board. So they're going to actually shift this current standings quite a bit.
The Federal driver gets the first outer zone pretty good. Oh, nice rotation there. Oh no, almost has a mistake in the front 2 wheels, but he's going to pull it off and get a scored run here. He does not buckle under the pressure And now it's all about where will that score fall. Let's take a look here as he leaves the chicane, Ryan, and he got a pretty good start on his initiation, and first outside zone looked pretty good as well.
Yeah, he got angle by about the 3 cone. Could have had more angle at outside zone 1, but did a good job of filling it. Outside zone 2, he had a great line through there, but then took out a lot of angle through inside clip number 1 and finished strong on outside zone 3.
All right, so no question he's going to improve on the 0. Now his one and only score that he'll receive on this second run is going to have to be the one that gets him into the top 32. Low 70s right now is our cutoff. But as Ryan said, that is going to disappear as these drivers with incompletes come up to their run and drop some scores like that one, a 75.
As you can see, his angle score suffered quite a bit. I think a lot of it was outside zone 1 and then inside clip 1 as well.
All right, so as we move on, a driver that certainly has got to be psychologically pretty comfortable right now is car number 125 of Yoshichika Tamagawa. The JZA 80 Supra that an 89 that held through a big chunk of qualifying as our number 1 qualifier. He can really let it go now. Trying to back up that 89. Oh, big angle at that first outside zone, though it was mistimed a little bit. Tiny adjustment in the front wheels through that inside clip. And he's going to come up way short. Heard a little backfire from the vehicle. He shut it down right after the finish line. Let's take a look at this second run here from the car number 125 of Yoshichika Tamagawa.
So fairly early initiation. Car's looking good as he's inside there. I think he's a little bit late on outside zone 1, but does get wide in the area that he does fill. So did a good job there. A little bit right on the white line there for outside zone number 2. Pretty decent on inside clip 1. And not very wide on 3, unfortunately. And looked like he had lower angle through the finish line as well. Maybe, like you said, there was a backfire there. I don't know if there was. It just looked like the car wasn't acting right through the last portion of the track, but hopefully there's nothing wrong with it.
All right, so waiting on that score as some of the fans here in attendance looking on at some of these amazing vehicles that we see in FD Japan. Final score is inputted, and the 89 of Tamagawa is going to be slotted up against an 87. So 2 respectable scores for him. Not able to break into the 90s and get into that top 3, but he's had a good day. And he can go rest and get ready for tomorrow. He had 2 runs in dry conditions, which is what everybody wants out here. Rain still a threat, but so far so good. Another driver, number 10, Hokuto Matsuyama in the JZX 100, has an 86 on his first run. So comfortable in that vehicle. Uh-oh, little problem there. He does have a good line into the first outside zone, shallow a bit on the second. Big angle through that inside clip. And a good execution on that final outside zone, but it got hairy there at the beginning. It looks like he tried to initiate and get the car to angle a number of times before the last standing cone. Let's take a look.
Yeah, it got a little scary for him, I think. Just before the 1 cone, it looked like he was trying to get it to angle and finally did just before that 1 cone. Did a good job of outside zone 1. Outside zone 2, looked like he got not quite wide there, and he did, like you say, put on a lot of angle at inside clip 1, but he was still able to get to outside zone 3 and finish, although the angle was slightly lower than maybe the angle judge would have liked to see through that area.
All right, so the smoke filling the auditorium here at Fuji Speedway as the lights now coming on. We'll start to see the initial stages of the conditions that we will see tomorrow for the top 16. Top 16 will kick off at 6 p.m. local time. It's 6:30 right now as we see an 81 drop from Hokuto Matsuyama. He will not back up his 86, but it'll still be a respectable score. So as we said, the top 32 is going to kick off at 2 o'clock. We've got our halftime and other events going on. Then we come back out on track in, if these conditions hold, basically the same conditions you're seeing right now. Ikyo Saito, our next driver up, he's got a 75. And he is ready to go. Early initiation, wide line moving to the mid. Right there, threading the needle on that first outside zone. Like the transition, fluid. Notice the wheels not locking up, keeping the momentum moving forward. A little bit wide on that first inside clip, but nicely done on that second. I think this will be an improvement on that first run, just at first pass. Looked much more settled here. The JZX got that early initiation, Ryan, and it looks like he's feeling a bit more confident here on his second run.
Yeah, I think he did a better job in a couple of key areas on the track. You can see a couple of bobbles on angle there, a couple of adjustments, but line-wise, I think he did pretty well. A little bit off on outside zone 2, a little bit off on inside clip number 1, and then outside zone number 3, pretty wide on the rumble strip all the way through there. So looks like he cleaned it up and should get a pretty decent score here.
So scores quickly coming in, and it is a 7-point increase for him to an 82. So not only will he have 2 good scores, the 82 should keep him well into the bracket, a favorable part of the bracket. But for the next driver up, the mastermind behind Team Kazama in the S15, Toshiharu Kazama. He's got an incomplete. The pressure is on. Let's see what he can do here on his second run. He's going to early initiate. On throttle with a big smoke line. Much better this time around. Smoother, though he goes a bit wide on that second outside zone and the first inside clip. This will be a scored run. Will it be enough to get him into top 32? And appreciative are the 3 other Japanese commentators, Manabu Arito, Yoichi Imamura, and Tom Saiba. Let's take a look at this second run. He's able to overcome the incomplete. But where's the score going to go?
Yeah, nice early initiation from him as he comes around to outside zone 1, just outside that white line, so fairly decent line there. And he went a little bit late on outside zone number 2, which caused him to miss inside clip number 1, but great job on outside zone number 3. So overall, a pretty good run and clearly better than 0 from his previous run.
So just 1 cone and course marker hit on that second outside zone, so we'll repair that. But you can quickly see the sunlight diminishing here, setting behind the clouds. It's going to be an 81, and that should be enough to get him into the top 32.
And Ryan, I think the cutoff's up somewhere in the mid-70s now, so I haven't been keeping track as well as I was earlier, but it should be somewhere around 76 perhaps at this point, 75. So any of the drivers with scores below that right now are in trouble. They need to put up a higher score in their second run for sure. And we do have a few zeros from the first runs coming up here. So Sobagiri, of course Oshiro's not here, but Hubert Lee as well. So these are guys with zeros that absolutely need to get a score higher than about 75 or 76 points to secure them a spot in top 32 tomorrow.
And for those guys, it's going to be absolutely critical that it does go much higher than 75, because the tiebreakers are going to be key here. We're going to see a few scores in and around that range that we're going to have to defer to a tiebreaker, so that second run is going to be critical. Now the beautiful R31 Skyline here did have an incomplete, so this is our next driver, Kudai Sobagiri. R31, he looked aggressive, but he made a big mistake on outside zone 1. This time he's going to be less aggressive, short on both 1 and 2, tight on inside clip 1, and good on outside zone 3. So sacrificing a lot of line points there, Ryan. Very, very off of outside zone 1 and pretty visibly significant on outside zone 2. So let's take a look at this run one more time.
So you can see he's running kind of a mid, then to inside, then trying to get out wide, but really not achieving that at all. A couple of feet off of outside zone number 2, fairly tight on inside clip 1, and then really nice on outside zone 3 there, right on the rumble strip. So like you said, did leave some points on the table there. Could have definitely been wider, filled the zones better, and we'll see what kind of score he gets out of this.
Fan favorite, beautiful looking car, a lot of compliments, very, very rare. We have not really seen that in the series in recent history. But now the pressure is on. We want to see him into the top 32. At this point in competition, he needs at least a 75. As we see the lights around the course starting to come on. And look at that, it's a 78. So a quick deep breath there from Kudai Sobagiri in the R31 Skyline. He is safe for the current moment. One driver that's not is this driver right here. We've seen him many times before, Hubert Lee in the 86. He's got an incomplete. Pressure is on, here we go. And a little bit of hesitation. There's some understeering there. And it is over before we even get to outside zone 1. Hubert Lee bowing out of competition, Ryan, and you could start to see that kind of happening when he wasn't fully committed to the initiation, but the understeer to outside zone 1 pretty much solidified it.
Yes, when you're running with these really high grip tires with a high-powered car like this, the way they're set up, you really can't expect to get the rear end to break loose. It looked like just by trying to throttle there, it didn't look like he gave it any kind of real coaxing into initiation, I guess. And it's not something that's going to get you much success, unfortunately.
Got to get that clutch kick, baby.
Well, a little bit of weight transfer or something to upset the car a little bit. These tires are extremely grippy, and especially if you're just on throttle with the weight rearward already, you're not really going to be able to get the rear end to step out. You're just going to be pushing with the front end, which is essentially what he did in that situation.
So unfortunately for Hubert Lee, he's going to be bowing out of competition. Our next driver up, number 93, Manki Ito in the JZX 100. He's got an incomplete as well. Looking for a 75 or higher. Gets that early initiation. He's on throttle, pushing out right to the white line. Smooth transition, maybe a little bit shallow, but this is looking good as he comes up a foot short on that first inside clip. Right at the line on that final outside zone. So yet another driver that was able to get through the pressure-filled situation of sitting on an incomplete and needing a score in run number 2. Let's take a look at this one more time, Ryan, and go through his second run.
Yeah, great job in outside zone 1, right on that white line. Might have not filled it entirely, but was definitely out there where he needed to be. And then a little bit off of inside clip number 1 there, but great job on the finish through outside zone number 3.
So car number 93 in that JZX 100 Chaser is able to come through with a scored run. Looking for a 75 or higher to stay alive here. As we saw 57 drivers come into competition today, 32 leaving for tomorrow. And some strong runs, a few drivers going into the 90s. Our current leader right now with the 92, tied with the 92, is Koichi Yamashita and Wataru Masuyama. 85, nicely done. That will do the trick, and that should hold. And we're moving right along. A third of the way through so far of these 57 drivers registered for this event here at Fuji Speedway. Number 22, Atsushi Wachi. He has a 77, so he is good so far, but looking to build on that 77. Early initiation, low line, working his way out, makes an adjustment in the angle, gets out to that white line. Bit deep. Oh no, big angle here. He's pushing to go off course. He's going to be super wide. He's going to have to make an adjustment there. So massive missing of that inside clip, angling up, losing some momentum. I don't think it's going to go into the realm of unchaseable lead per se, but definitely a big mistake here for Atsushi Wachi.
Yeah, it was definitely sloppy, Ryan. You could have cleaned that up a lot. So let's look at outside zone 1. First of all, he's got angle corrections coming to outside zone 1, which he was pretty much at the end of that zone as he got wide, very much at the end of outside zone number 2. Missed inside clip 1 by pretty much the width of the track. So it's going to be some pretty big deductions online for him.
All right, so luckily for him, he's got a 77, but it is not the strongest score. Now that we've seen some of these incompletes drop and we've seen some mid-80s come in, it's going to keep moving that marker up. We have 8 incompletes left to go out of the field so far. And the 59 in his second run is going to be inconsequential. So a big mistake there, line and angle, as well as style, dinging him nearly half of the available points for those categories. Yumura Shinichi, also in the JZX 100, 75 on run number 1. So he's at the threshold. I would say this is just as pressure-filled as an incomplete, knowing he needs to get above a 75 to feel safe, and preferably into the 80s. Here we go, run number 2. Tries to snap it, get that drift early before that third standing cone. Nice. Beautifully done on that first outside zone. Big angle there. Pulls the e-brake, makes an adjustment in the wheel, but he stays tight on that inside clip. Now moving out wide. Massive angle through that section of the course. And with the exception of the adjustment from outside zone 2 into inside clip 1, seems like he may have bettered that 75.
Yeah, I think he did, Ryan. Looking at his initiation, you can see he's on that tight line that sends him out nice and wide to outside zone number 1. Good job there. Great job on outside zone number 2 as well. Coming into the tie clip 1 is where he had some angle adjustments, but his line stayed true, and then he went nice and wide on outside zone 3. So really great line throughout the course. Just needs to work on keeping the angle through the car and being a little bit more committed throughout that course.
So seems as if that was better, at least at first pass, to his first run of a 75. How much, though? Scores coming in now as we wait and anticipate his score will be higher, and it is by 5 points. So another driver that has made the necessary adjustments from run 1 to run number 2. And as we start to enter the nighttime conditions, it is quickly getting dark here. Lights are on, no rain.
You shut your mouth, Ryan.
I'm knocking on plastic. I'll knock on paper.
Dead wood.
Dead wood. Tomoyuki Kitashiba, 71. So he needs a big score here. Sweeping through that right-hander. Gets that initiation at that third standing cone. Push, 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 push. Comes up short and also gets into it late. Better on that second outside zone. Really slowing. Should be keeping momentum there through that first inside clip. He gets back on throttle, pushes out wide to that final outside zone. I do think, at least at first look, that will better the 71, but still, Ryan, a couple mistakes there that he'll want to pay close attention to if he gets himself into the top 32.
Yes, I think so. Did a better job on outside zone 1. He didn't quite fill it as early as he could have or as wide, so definitely left some points there. Pretty good on outside zone 2, though. And then coming through inside clip, could have more angle going through the finish. It just looked like a little bit less angle than we'd like to see through that area.
All right, so as we said, a 71. All 3 judges have submitted their scores. It's now going into the computer system. We should see it rendered here on the graphics shortly. And he's going to want to get rid of that 71. It's not going to be a good tiebreaker score on his first run.
He definitely has more points on line, but I don't know if it's going to add up with the other little mistakes that he made.
So line and angle judge here independently. Both give 24s, a 32 for style. That makes 80. And that is a good performance from him. He's got a 71 on run number 1 and 80 on run number 2. The next driver has a 71 on run number 1, and we're about to find out what he has on run number 2. Sorry. Saori Iwasaki, in that S13. One of two females in competition, kind of slow rolling the initiation. Needs to get it going here. It's going to come up short on that first outside zone. Same with the second and pushing wide here. I don't think this is going to do it. She looked a bit more controlled in that first run. So Sayori Iwasaki, pressure is on here to make it into the top 32. Ryan, what is your take on this second run?
I think that her outside zone one, her line was pretty good on the first run, but this one she's not as wide there on outside zone one, definitely leaving some points there. Same thing with outside zone two, and then she has an area where the angle reduces at inside clip number one. Her line isn't great, and she leaves outside zone three very early. So her fairly good score on run one is being hurt by her second run here. She, could have, but like we said earlier, the track conditions are changing pretty. I think there's a pretty big change. I can't say for sure. I'm not down on the track, but now that the sun's down, it's cooling off. There's a bit of a breeze, so I think that's a pretty significant change down the track surface.
And it's got to be nerve-wracking, to say the least, for drivers that are below the current points threshold to make it into the top 32 with this added pressure of changing track conditions, not only the light, but also the temperature. And certainly if it's a low-powered vehicle, makes the job even harder. So scores coming in now. She had a 71 on run number one. And unfortunately, it is going to go much further south of that, a 54, so a disappointing second run for Sayori Iwasaki. Car number 219 has got a pretty decent run on run number one, decent score on run number one. The C33 Laurel of Hidehiko Tsujita is up next. Here we go. He's going to initiate early. Smoke line developing, and just short of that first outside zone. Moves the butt into the second outside zone a bit late. You hear the car braking up there right past that first inside clip, but not too shabby of a job. Couple little mistakes there that can be improved on. But the main task at hand here is making it into the top 32, and with that 81, the second score is looking to be the best possible tiebreaker. Ryan, what do you see here on run number two?
The car looked somewhat slow like initially, but it looks like he's getting through the course pretty well. Bit of a handbrake pull there to get himself situated for outside zone two. Did an okay job on inside clip number one and nice and wide on outside zone three. It just looks like the car is not quite at the pace of the other cars around the course, but of course we don't judge speed. It's just a visual thing for me looking from the outside.
All right, so anecdotally, the car looked a little bit slower there, and though it wasn't impactful on the run, the criteria certainly fell off a little bit. He drops 3 points down from an 81 to a 78, so he will not have a backup score that is higher than his first. Here's our next incomplete. The Korean driver, 777, Cho Sun-gu in the RX-7. Had a tough time on initiation last time in getting the car to angle. Let's see if he can fix that. It would happen right about here, and it's going to be a no initiation at all. So Cho Sun-gu, honestly a bit out of the depths here. Not sure if the vehicle is having problems. I did see him make some passes in practice, but unfortunately 2 runs that end up in an incomplete.
The dark art of rotary tuning. It sounds like it's making some odd noises there. You can hear him revving it up. He's still trying to leave our view from here, so not driving very quickly. Definitely has a problem. So with something mechanically there, not really able to put the power down. So unfortunately for him, will be an incomplete. and 2 incompletes, which means no competition for him this weekend.
So another driver eliminated from the top 32. There it is, official. So tough day of competition for Cho Sang-gu. And now our next driver that is on the chopping block is a driver that we are used to seeing in the top 32. That is Daichi Mizutani in the S15. So pressure is on. He's got a score of 68 here. He's been given the green light. Let's see what he can do. Mizutani initiates kind of and pushes wide. Drops 2 tires there. Snaps it back around. And the run in front of us, oh, a little bit of adjustment in the front wheels there, but the biggest thing that I noticed was what seemed to be a very late initiation. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, let's have a look where his initiation was. It did look late on initial, viewing of the live driving, but let's watch it here. 1, 2, yeah, he's way late. Way late on initiation. A couple of tires off at outside zone 1.
Drops a windshield wiper.
Yeah, yeah. And then here at the finish line, it looks like he drives straight. Not really.
Almost opposite drift.
Yeah.
So tough call for the judges here. I think we've seen runs like that be called an incomplete with the lateness of initiation. Had he not done that, the run would have had some deductions. It may not have improved his 68, but
yeah, unfortunately, Ryan, it's going to be an incomplete based on that very, very late initiation. It wasn't just beyond the one cone, it was well beyond the 1 cone. So unfortunately, can't really give a score for that one.
All right, so trying to maintain some consistency in where the judges are drawing the line, and unfortunately that was past the threshold there for the initiation. So Mizutani is going to have an incomplete. He's got a 68. That means yet another driver eliminated from the top 32. Car number 938, Yusuke Kusaba in the 86. Sitting pretty right now, to be honest, in 85 on run number 1.
Nice early initiation.
Yeah, gets on it. Nice and early, pushing out. A little bit of adjustment there. He stays in it a bit too long. He's going to come up short on that second outside zone, but driving with a lot of throttle and intention through that inside clip. Big angle there to finish up the run. And you can see the confidence level at this course seems there. Just needs to clean up the timing a little bit on entering outside zone 1. But Ryan, let's take a look here. Seems like he is feeling this course a little bit.
Yeah, he looked like he was in a hurry through this one. He's driving very, very fast. You can see great transition there, but not filling the zones. Look how quick he goes through inside clip 1. Right here he goes to big angle by the finish line and manages to stay at angle just beyond it, but came pretty close to straightening up before the finish line.
Well, thanks for joining us wherever you are. We are almost halfway through the second run of the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship. This is a first for us. It's nighttime drifting at Fuji Speedway. 60 drivers to 57, boiled down to 32. And it's an 82 for Yusuke Kusaba. Consistent driving from him, 85 on run number 1. Lower with an 82 on the second run. But nonetheless, a good potential tie-breaking score for him. Our next driver that's on the line is actually looking pretty. Masayao Minowa, the second female in competition. She's got an 83 on run number 1. So right now, as it currently stands, she is in top 32 and just looking to back up that 83. Gets that initiation early at that third standing cone. Keeps the angle pouring on. Nicely executed there. A little bit of a hiccup and a big angle transition. Can't hang on to it. Incomplete on run number 2, but the 83, while it is near the cutoff point, category 75-78, potentially where it may end, looks like she's going to be in the top 32, so congratulations to her so far. Let's take a look at where this incomplete took place.
So we were talking earlier about not really being able to see outside zone 1 when you initiate because of the design of the track. Now add to that, it's starting to get dark. We've got lights out on the track, but visibility is definitely going to be a little more challenging now, and that could be what hurt Masayo Minoa here as she got to outside zone 1 really, really well. The car looked great. She had it right on the line, right on the rumble strip actually, and it looked fantastic. And it just looks like she wasn't committed enough to get the car out to outside zone 2, and it could be a visibility thing or just could be a confidence thing, or maybe she wasn't carrying the right momentum to get through there. So she ended up with an opposite drift, and unfortunately an incomplete 0 for that run.
Yasuo, our next driver up, Takano, 63. The green on green Federal driver.
Needs to better that 63 right now.
He's got to get a 73, 74, 75 or better. And it looks like it's most likely going to be a 75. Almost a big understeer there. Misses the first inside clip. Oh no. Oh no. While he maintains some degree of angle, I think it could be classified as an unchaseable lead, but let's go to Ryan here for the replay.
Yeah, looked at the other judges, and they both gave me the 0 sign. Unfortunately, he's going to get an incomplete on this run just because of that lack of angle over the finish line. You could see as he drove away from us, he was completely straight. So unfortunately for him, you know, he had a couple of errors there, even had a straightening there at inside clip 1, but definitely at the finish line here, he's just driving straight as he leaves outside zone number 3.
All right, so we're seeing drivers falling out of competition here, either by not able to better their first run and get above a 75, or unable to get higher than a 75 on their second run. This next driver is another driver with an incomplete. Masakazu Hashi, S15, car 84. He's definitely got very grippy tires in the Valinos, but he's got that incomplete. Early initiation, inside line, adjustment to the front wheels. He's got to hang on to it here. Oh no, way off that first outside zone. Better on outside zone 2, but a little twitchy there. All right, he looks a little bit more settled now. Angles up towards the end of that outside zone, but the first part of the course, arguably one of the hardest besides hitting that inside clip. He struggles with a little bit here. Ryan, let's take a look at this second run.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to get to angle and then had to straighten up and then get it back to angle before inside clip 1, or sorry, the initiation point there, the 1 cone. Could have been better on outside zone 2. Better by inside clip 1, not too bad there. Not running with a lot of angle and then adjusting it to add more angle at the end of outside zone 3. So not the smoothest run, some hiccups throughout, and better than an incomplete that he had on his previous run though. So this will definitely be an improvement for him.
The moment of truth here for car number 84, Masakazu Hashi, needs a 75 or higher. Individual judges' scores starting to come in now. And the final result for him, wow, look at that, a 76. So in by the skin of his teeth. And it's possible that that may not hold, but for the time being, he's done enough. Shinichiro Saito, the Car Guy Racing 180SX, is in a good position here. He's got an 88. He's got something hanging down from the front of his vehicle. But he is just looking to back this up. This is about positioning for him. And even with the changing track conditions, he's able to get out to that first outside zone, though it was a little bit late. But this second half of the course looks like a throwaway. Middle line to the outside zone 2. And not well executed on that inside clip. It may be an inconsequential run for him or a tiebreaker run at best, but nowhere near the 88 in run number 1.
Outside zone 1, very, very late actually in that one, and then into outside zone 2, very much on the inside, not really getting that filled the way he should. So not ideal in terms of car placement, and it's definitely going to be a deduction from his first run in terms of the line score.
All right, so he is still well positioned in the top 32 with that 88 in run number 1. Run number 2 starting to drop here. We know it's not going to be an 88, so it's going to be a tiebreaker score. And the second score comes in at a 72, so it's even going to be below the threshold. He's very fortunate that he got that 88 in the first run, secured his position into the top 32. But the only crown in competition up next is that of Tetsuya Iha, and he's got his work cut out for him. It's a 73. All right, he's off and running.
Burnt taillight.
Waiting for that initiation. There we go. Little bit of hesitation there. Uh-oh. Gets into that zone late. And that one too. Uh-oh. Something flies up off the vehicle. But he makes some mistakes there. You can really see the drone flying around now with that blue light chasing the driver. Let's take a look at this run again, Ryan, as he's got a 73 in run number 1.
I just want to take a look at the post-initiation there where his, so he got the angle there, right there. It was just an area, I guess a bobble. Missed outside zone 1 completely, missed outside zone 2. A little bit wide on inside clip 1, and a little bit better on outside zone 3 near that rumble strip. But definitely left a lot of points that he did not capture, unfortunately. Didn't place himself quite right there through a couple of those areas on the track.
7:06 p.m. local time here at Fuji Speedway. We're now one driver away from the halfway point of the second run of qualifying. 292s made the day so far with Koichi Yamashita and Wataru Masuyama. And we will see those second runs come here shortly. I think we should be done by about 8 o'clock. It's a 68 on run number 2, so it's going to fall below the line. And the 73 is as well. So that is a tough break for Tetsuya Iha. He is going to be out of competition. Car number 13, Yasuhiro Takaki. Also below the threshold. He's got a 0. So no tiebreaker for him. He's going to need probably a 76 or higher. Gets a little bit of a sloped initiation there that does not pay off for him. The car does not get out to outside zone 1. He does fill outside zone 2, but he sacrifices a lot of the criteria. He pulls off outside zone 3 very early and looks like he pulls out of the drift right near the finish line. Ryan, car number 13 struggling here, did not really have the right timing into that first outside zone.
Yeah, he had a failure to initiate on his first run, and it looks like he's still having trouble with the car. He did get it to angle, though, but not really able to fill the zones even remotely close, especially that first one. He didn't do bad on the second one there, but really not looking like the car is 100%. He's got
that was before
he had
the finish
to
line.
Fight the car at the very end there to try to keep it at angle through the finish line.
Yep, and you can clearly see the yellow finish line marker on the right-hand side where there was an opposite drift, and I believe that the judges are in agreement there that that is going to serve as a second incomplete for him. So unfortunately, another driver has been knocked out of competition. And there it is, the official score coming through, an incomplete for Yasuhiro Takaki. Unfortunately, out of competition for tomorrow. All right, moving right along. Our next driver should be car number 38, Tadahiro Fukada, the Dunlop driver with that JZX 100 Mark II. 77 for him, so right there. Still a lot of pressure here. It is now pretty insanely dark. Just a few remnant lights. It looks brighter on the TV screen for you guys at home, but it's quite dark here. And here he comes into camera position. Nice job on that first outside zone. Lights flashing right straight towards us. I gotta say, this is a nice run from him.
Wow.
Definitely looked much better than the 77, and for what it's worth, he did not seem phased by the decrease in lighting conditions whatsoever.
I think Fukada is going to be asking for night events from now on because he stepped up his game here. I'm trying to find mistakes on the line side of things. Look at that, right on the rumble strip, filled the zone, transitions to outside zone 2. Might have been slightly late in it, but for the most part, filled it. Great on inside clip number 1, and then great on outside zone 3. I don't really know what there is to say bad about the line on that one. It's pretty solid. And good for him for cleaning it up. He had a 77, and I think he's going to get a pretty big increase here on the second run.
So one of the few drivers in these conditions that has so far seemingly done better on his second run than on his first by at least at first look, at first glance, a sizable margin. So 77, and look at that. It is a massive jump up for him. A 13-point increase, and I think well-deserved there, Ryan. A 90 for Tadahiro Fukada.
Yeah, great job by him. He's got to keep that up tomorrow in competition, as clearly a 90 is going to get him into the show tomorrow, and it should have him pretty well positioned going into the top 32 battles.
Car number 448, Yoshiya Isaki, 77. Relative good position. But let's do a Fukada here, bud. Second run for him. Gets on the gas right at the second standing cone. Nicely done there. Again, another fluid run, a little bit deep into that second outside zone. And if he's able to pull that off, oh, he just gets into the zone a bit late. But he looked much more settled than the 77. And with just a couple little mistakes there, some of these drivers are actually doing the counterintuitive thing and looking better on their second run in much more dramatic conditions here.
Yeah, it's very impressive to see. Look at him, really wide out to outside zone 1, transitions into outside zone 2, goes a little bit long on it, very close on inside clip 1, and just goes into outside zone 3 late, kind of near the finish line actually, so a couple of points deducted there for him. But overall, a great run, especially like you said, in the new dark conditions that we have here at Fuji Speedway.
So that right there, that shot is probably, as we get an 84 for Yoshiya Isaki. 84, and a great job by him. But that shot right there is probably 4 shades darker than it actually appears to the human, or excuse me, 4 shades lighter than it appears to the human eye. It is quite dark out here, and what we see is definitely different than what you guys are seeing on screen. So we are paying close attention to the monitors that we have available to us up here. But once again, we find ourselves in a position with a driver that is under immense pressure. He's got an incomplete. His name is Koji Kitagawa. And this is our third of 4 rotary RX-7s.
FDs. There's also
FDs.
an FC.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's 5 total. Wow, it's dark.
And looks like he's getting that stepped initiation. He does get it to angle. Low angle there. Oh no, it's over now. You could see that starting to build up, and it looked like he had a save into outside zone 1, even though it was very regressed angle. But unfortunately, the transition put him in a position where he could not push forward with that angle, and he's going to get an incomplete. So there it is. You see that incomplete transpiring about midway through the course, right near outside zone 2 in the middle of the track. He will be out of competition. It's 2 back-to-back incompletes. And unless I think we may be bypassing this halfway through the competition second run commercial. So I think that means we're going to keep pushing through.
Not getting any lighter out here, Ryan.
Yep, I think that's what's going on here. And Tomoki Tanaka is our next driver up. 70 on run number 1.
Definitely needs to improve that.
The chaser, early initiation. Aggressive driving up to outside zone 1. All right, we can work with this. Oh no, but an early transition, middle of the course, leaves the outside zone 2 completely unaddressed and then drops off at the last second there on that outside zone. Remember, those yellow cones actually do designate the finish line, so drivers need to be drifting through there. Let's take a look at this run again. Ryan, walk us through what happened here.
Yeah, I think he did a good job on outside zone 1. It looked pretty clean, but just transitioned too early and put himself in the middle of the track. And that might be coming from a confidence thing on the course itself, you know, visibility-wise, or maybe it's a different level of grip on the track from when he ran last, because it was still quite light when he was out here last time for his, you know, first qualifying run.
So just to restate, he had a 70 on run number 1. He would need a 75 or higher on this second run to make it into the top 32. And wow, he does it with the 76. Just by the smallest of margins, he looks like he'll be into the top 32.
I don't know anymore. I've stopped keeping track, but quite a while ago, 76 was right on the cusp. So he may or may not be in there, but it may have raised up to about a 77 now for the entry. So if we start doing some math on this, it might take a while, but we'll have to see what happens.
And we still have 5 incompletes to go.
Right.
Daisuke Hara, S15, 72. Let's just call it a 77. That's what we need. Oh no, bit of understeer there. Pulls the front end, looked like it wanted to wash out. He's trying to save it. He's a bit wide on that first inside clip. He's gonna pull off that last outside zone. Not too bad. But coming up the hill into that first outside zone, the front end looked like it wanted to wash out, and with the 72, he cannot afford any major mistakes.
So he gets the car to angle fairly early, definitely earlier than the 3 cone. You can see him coming around to outside zone 1, and right there's a pretty big bobble. He does get to outside zone 1, late on outside zone 2, off of that inside clip, but finishes pretty strong.
All right, so the smoke cloud lingering here from Daisuke Hara as the fingernail biting nervousness, anxiety of these drivers has got to be pretty high at this point, especially if you're right at that threshold. He's already logged a 72, which is not going to cut through into the top 32. And it all comes down to this right here on whether or not he makes it in. And he does not. He mirrors the score from run number 1, and we've got another driver out of competition. Yuji Saito, S15 Sylvia, if you can see with the lights glaring right into the camera. He's got a 68 on run number 1. Last name right on the car. Clutch kick initiation into the first outside zone. Okay, let's do it. Oh, comes up way shallow on the line. He's gonna pull angle out of the car. He's gonna drive straight. He's gonna incomplete. And what looked to be a promising start to the run, Ryan, turns out to be a nothing burger on run number 2.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job on outside zone 1. I thought he was doing all right as he got the car to angle. He got right out to that line. You can see he's right on the edge of the rumble strip. Then when he transitioned, he did not make it out to outside zone 2. Really tight, wide on inside clip number 1, and then just stops drifting at that point in time. So incompletes and gets himself a 0 there for that.
And there it is, official coming through. We've got just about 21 more drivers left to go out of the 57 that we started with. Our 2 drivers with the 92 are tied for first place, that being Koichi Yamashita and Wataru Masuyama. All right, so we're waiting to get to the next car. The bugs are flying. He's got an 88, so he is in good position here. Takatoshi Ima Maeda. No one has practiced in these conditions yesterday. Practice was today. Practice was in dry, hot conditions. This is the first pass he's made in these conditions, and that quick snap rotation, the transition to outside zone 2, really whipped and loaded up, causes an incomplete for Ima Maeda. It'll be to no avail though, however, as he does have an 88 and is well into the top 32. Ima Maeda logging that incomplete, as we said, and we will move on to our next driver. He's right there, Ryan. It's one of the twin AE85s, the Trueno Tomonori Tasaka. 3 vehicles in this lineup along with the 86. And here we go. Midline. Snaps it early. You can see, had a big adjustment there before initiation. Still struggling to piece this run together. And he pulls off that outside zone a bit late. It's a 76, so he's right at the threshold. He had an instance before he fully committed to the line where he had a bobble and the front end, not really an opposite drift, but let's take a look at this, Ryan. Right there.
Right there. Yeah, it's not ideal, we'll admit. We're just talking to the other judges here. 1 second.
We've seen drivers that initiate very early before the third standing cone make adjustments with the front wheels, but the judges have given some allotments for that since they just need them to be at angle at the latest point of initiation and holding that angle consistently. However, in this case, it was past that last standing cone where we saw that adjustment being made, Brian, and let's hear what you have to say with the other judges.
Is that a night vision camera? Yeah, we're going to incomplete that because of that reinitiation that he had to do after initiation.
I was just mentioning that you guys have been giving a little bit of courtesy headroom to drivers prior to the last standing cone in terms of when they're setting up their initiation. We've sometimes see somebody initiate, pull a little angle out, pull a little angle back in. But once they get to that last standing cone, as long as they're at a consistent angle, you guys have been generally okay with that.
Right.
After that last standing cone, though, is more or less a no-no there in terms of it being at least a deduction, but potentially an incomplete.
That's right, Ryan. We try to give them because some of them are initiating so early, and it isn't a straight line initiation here. You are initiating going around that corner. Some of them get it to angle, pull a little bit out, and then as long as they're at angle by that last standing cone, then we will count it as clean initiation.
All right, so Tomonori Tasaka, we'll have to hope that 76 holds. I'm not sure that it will. Another driver right at that line, but a little bit higher than that, is Tomohiro Murayama. In the S14, he's got a 79. Very aggressive approach here, flying through the course at nighttime, but does not get out to that first outside zone. Also a bit shallow and late on the second outside zone. Wide on inside clip 1, much better, but still coming off early of that third and final outside zone. So these nighttime conditions, because of the uniqueness of this event with 86 Fest happening on Sunday, first time these drivers are really witnessing these conditions, Ryan, you have to imagine that for some it is quite nerve-wracking. Others have done okay,
Yep.
but for many I have to imagine it's tough.
The thing is, with a lot of the other tracks we drive at, Ebisu, Suzuka Twin, even Okayama, you can go drive there no problem throughout the year. You know, there may be a track day, a drift day where you can go, or you can rent the track. Fuji Speedway is very expensive, it's very exclusive, and I don't believe they do drifting on this portion of the track ever when we're not here. So it's very difficult to come and practice here other than when we are actually here.
And it's a 75, so the 79 will have to be his highest scoring run of the two. Tomohiro Murayama, the Dunlop driver in the S14, done for the day, 75 and 79 respectively. All right, the FD3S RX-7, Yoshitaka Ogane, 81. Good position here. Can he better it? Rolling into it, breaking it loose. Smooth line, but pulling angle out, not getting out to that outside zone. That's going to be an unchaseable lead, and it comes to a stop. It's an incomplete. You can see the challenge, even for some of the more experienced veteran drivers, driving under these conditions, very hard here. And Ryan, I think you hit it right on the head. This is not a track that they can drift every day, let alone even once a year. It's only at these specialty events like what we do, where we see drivers coming out and able to practice on this course. So it is no weak challenge nonetheless.
Yes, and being dark right now doesn't help things. You can see the amount of light that those lights are throwing down, actually, and it does help from this vantage point. But you can see that there are a couple of dark spots there as well, so it's definitely challenging for the drivers to know exactly where to place their cars confidently, and it's going to make it a big challenge as we keep going through practice here, or qualifying, sorry, as like you said, they haven't practiced in these conditions. Not only is it dark, but probably gripped up quite a bit as well.
All right, car number 888, incomplete on run number 1. Kenji Yamada snaps it, gets it, doesn't get it, incompletes it. Yeah, I kind of jumped the gun there, but I just knowing how you guys call these, that seemed like that was going to be more clearly an incomplete than not.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, Ryan. Yeah, he had a couple of issues there trying to initiate too, but then he completely straightens up, and unfortunately that's going to be an incomplete from him. So that means that 2 incompletes. He will not make it into competition tomorrow.
All right, so we're starting to get into the meat of the top-ranked drivers here, but unfortunately, Kenji Yamada, 2 back-to-back incompletes. He will sit out competition tomorrow, and we will move on to the next driver who's already at the start line there. You can see the undercarriage flashing, and that is Shoya Saito in the S15 Sylvia. Looks like we do have one little course marker that needs to be replaced, and it was, and now the vehicle's moving off course. But yet again, we've got another driver right at the threshold here. A 76 is our cutoff, and looking at the remaining drivers, Ryan, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 incomplete. So we're going to see more drivers knocked out of competition, whether those drivers with incompletes get scores higher than a 76, 77, or whether they do not and they have to bail. So here we go. Interesting under the night conditions, seeing the lights flashing, and here comes the seizure right at you. out to that outside zone. Actually doing okay there. Little bit of angle pulled out after the second outside zone. Hits that inside clip deep into that outside zone number 3. And really it was those noticeable mistakes early on, not getting into that first outside zone and the angle adjustment leaving outside zone 2. But nonetheless, Shoya Saito looks like he's going to get a scored run here.
His car looks like those pair of shoes that kids wear that light up in the soles. Did a pretty good job in outside zone 1. He did have this big angle correction here at outside zone 2, although his line was pretty solid. And going to inside clip 1, he did get pretty close there, and his angle was maintained pretty well through outside zone 3, where his line was pretty solid all the way through to the finish. So overall, not a bad run. I don't know if it'll better his 76, but we will soon find out.
So Shoya Saito right at the cutoff and makes a big statement with the classic neon appearance that we're so used to in old school drifting. And he is trying to make it in. And look at that. A 2-point increase from the previous score. A 76 to a 78. So he is able to get it done from the looks of it. And now we will move on to the next 2 drivers, both with 85s, both sitting comfortably. The first one of which is Kazuhiro Kubo in the S13. Let's see how he deals with these conditions. He's on throttle early, breaks it loose early, gets out to outside zone 1, makes it look good. He's going to be way short on outside zone 2. Some adjustments in the front wheels as he passes through that first inside clip. Big throttle there, and takes one step onto the rumble strips, but outside of the mistake near outside zone 2, a run that looked like it had some pretty good confidence in it.
You're right, Ryan. He's looking way more confident than a couple of the last few drivers that we've seen go out there. Nice and wide to outside zone 1. He did miss outside zone 2 pretty significantly. Not too bad on inside clip 1 and right on that rumble strip for outside zone 3. So I think the commitment side is really strong, and he pushed pretty hard through a lot of the track.
All right, so he is well into competition. It's really about positioning for him, and also potential tiebreakers, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen near the lights, the incredible amount of flying bugs that are now inhabiting our space up here as well. And look at that, it's going to be twin 85s for him, so great job. Shows that there was some headroom there for getting out to that second outside zone had he done that better, and that should give him some confidence as we continue to pace through this second run. Here we go, Knight Rider up. The Knight Rider S15, Jin Harino.
That's awesome.
Dun, 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 dun.
Reaching into my childhood
I can't
right
believe
now.
I even remember that.
Michael Knight.
Jin Harino, 85. Uh-oh, a little bit of an understeer there right at the last second. He's going off course. So Knight Rider hits the boost and goes off course there. But it will all be for none. He should be into the top 32. It's an incomplete on the second run. Let's take a look at what happens here, Ryan. And I think he had a little understeer that got him out of whack just right after the last standing cone,
You're
there.
Right, yep. Straighten up again, and then he was going on his line got modified there. He wasn't going on that round line anymore. He kind of straightened up and was pointing at the outside of the track on throttle, picking up speed, and just couldn't stick on the track anymore. So Kit couldn't help him in that situation.
Yeah, Kit.
Kit.
All right, so there we go. The official incomplete comes through for Jin Harino, but 85 for him. Now, one of the most recognizable top drivers in the FD Japan Championship for at least the past 3 years has been this driver right here, Yuichi Amagai. In the S15, has an incomplete. One of 3 drivers remaining that has to perform on this run at least a 78 or better, or he's out of competition. And this is going to happen 1, 2, 3 more times as we make our way into the top 10. So here we go. Amagai Gets it to Angle at the third standing cone. Heads to that first outside zone, comes up a little bit short, but not too shabby. Same thing on outside zone 2. Angle in the car is changing as he's making adjustments to the front wheels. He has to pull off the throttle, so you see the decrease in the smoke line so he doesn't go off course. And this one's going to be looked at very closely here. Ryan, the second run from Amagai was not an incomplete, but was it enough to make it into the top 32?
That is going to be the big question. We don't really know where the cutoff is right now, but looking at this run, he did have some angle modifications there. He did have some commitment issues as well from the style side of things, so there may be a couple of deductions here that could hurt him. Line-wise, he wasn't perfect either, so let's see how it all adds up.
So Robbie Nishida doing the style judge scores this round. Brian Eggert, the angle gives him a 21. It adds to a cumulative 75. So he is in the ambiguous area for sure. We know that the 75 is at least the cutoff, but just by the zeros that have been overcome by some of the drivers, we think that that number is going to go north, but we are doing pen and paper on the back of napkins right now, basically, with our chicken scratch. But we have still remaining, as I mentioned, 1, 2, 3 more drivers with incompletes. Not this driver here, Kanta Yanaguida in 89. Should be a walk in the park. This is just an opportunity to get used to these conditions. This will be the last time that they have these conditions at this track until tomorrow night. Extremely important to understand everything you can about the car, its reactions to these conditions, as well as how the driver sees through the lighting setup here, and most importantly, the smoke line that they're bound to be driving through as a chase driver. So Yanaguida in 89 on run number 1, still looking strong. The young driver performing well here.
Yeah, he could have been wide on outside zone 1, but he's definitely committed on throttle. Look at the angle he's throwing in at outside zone 2. Going to inside clip 1, hitting that clip, which is an automatic 2-point deduction, and then riding the left foot brake there a little bit as he goes through the finish line. Not the most precise run, but definitely committed and on throttle throughout the entire course.
So you see the lack of any wind right there at the 3, 2, 1 initiation cones. So some of the smoke still lingering here. It's an 86, so still a very strong score for him. An 89 will hold as his top score. That happened in run number 1.
But a pretty decent backup score if a tie needs to be broken, because I think there is somebody else with an 89, if I remember correctly.
Yes, and you have to wonder if some of his confidence is coming from the new 2JZ that he has in that vehicle, Ryan, and his confidence level certainly looks up there quite a bit.
Yeah, we know he's capable of placing his car properly, so it'll be interesting to see with more power what he's able to do in tandem.
Tetsuya Kume was very tentative on run number 1, and run number 2, looks like he's 3 off. He has an incomplete on run number 1, and it would be a shame to see him go out on a mistake at outside zone 1, but Ryan, I think that was very close to 3 tires off, and you guys have been calling that an incomplete consistently in this qualifying session.
Just want to watch it a second time to be certain, but from my first impression there, it was 3 tires off. So check that front left. Yeah, it's definitely in the grass. So that'll be an incomplete from him, unfortunately, 3 wheels off course.
It's also he also looked like he had a pretty late initiation there as well.
True, yep.
So unfortunately, another driver bites the dust. Tetsuya Kume, the Valino driver in the S14, one of 2 this weekend, back-to-back incompletes. So tough weekend for him, tough day for him. In very hot conditions, leading to overcast from practice to qualifying, now to nighttime. Next driver up, Manabu Fujinaka, had a couple issues with his line that kept him right around the threshold that we think we're at right now, which is a 76. He's going to be held at the start line for a second here. We do have an emergency vehicle out on the track replacing one of the course markers. And we are getting attacked by alien bug creatures up here. So I, as much as anybody else, wants to finish strong here and defeat these bugs.
$12 drivers to go, Ryan.
Final touches there for the track crew. And they are driving off course, so we should be getting the green light any second here for car number 808, Manabu Fujinaka, the good ride driver in our last FD3S RX-7. And it looks like he's going to get the green light. He does. All right, it's all on him now. Here we go. Come on, Fujinaka. Let's see it. Get yourself a 78 or higher. Give yourself some breathing room. Oh, no. Really low angle there. Oh, he shuts it down. Did not have the grip levels required on that second run. Could not anticipate how the car was going to feel in those conditions. And he's going to have to hold with that 76. So the Rotary's having a tough weekend here overall. And we have another 76 right at the line here. Kazuki Hayashi, the third teammate of the other two drivers of the Truenos 85s in the 86. All right, he's off. Here we go, early for him. Smoke line, thick, moving with momentum, and just comes up into that outside zone a little bit tight. Oh, much better on outside zone two. Uh-oh, some movement in the front wheels. So a little bit lack of consistency there. Oh, big angle, he's gonna spin out. And he knew rules it. He knew rules it. But we don't always have a synchronous overlay of US rules to Japan rules. So we'll have to consult with Ryan to see whether or not that was stated to the drivers in any drivers meetings. Ryan, what's the call here?
Well, we don't have the super strict U.S. rules here for the spins as we do in the U.S., so we're just going to have to look at where the spin occurred. Was it before the finish line or beyond the finish line? So looking at it here, it looks like the spin was kind of happening over the finish line. So
and the rules that pertain to FD Japan are the old rules, which would be having control through the finish line?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to go ahead and take a guess. I'm not going to tell you. Ryan's off mic right now, so he can't hear me, but I'm guessing they're going to go incomplete because I think he looked like he did not have control of the vehicle through the finish line. Let's take a look at it here once again as the judges conferring with each other. He starts off pretty good. This was a run that could have gone higher than a 76, but right here as he exits the final outside zone, it looks as if the inducement of that spin past the finish line happened as he was passing the finish line, which to me says that he was not maintaining control. And the official result is?
It is an incomplete, Ryan, unfortunately.
Yes. Not yes that he got it incomplete, but
terrible,
yes that
Ryan.
I guessed it.
How do you feel
yes that I guessed
cheering that he got an incomplete? Ryan.
I think intuitively that makes sense. and is pretty well consistent with what we've seen in the past. But it is a bummer because he has a 76.
Yeah.
He probably would have gone higher, I think, with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, that would have been a decent score, I think, from him. It's I don't think a 76 is going to get him in, unfortunately. I don't have the actual numbers, but I'm pretty sure it's probably the cutoff is high 70s now, 78, somewhere around there, 79.
We're into the top 10. This driver has an 80, excuse me, he's got a 0. He's got an incomplete, and he's got another one. I wanted to say a bad word there because I was hoping for this guy to do well. I love seeing the way he tandems. I love watching how quickly and how dynamic he drives that car, but this was not the day for him.
Yeah, he threw it in pretty aggressively and never lifted. You could see that he wasn't worried about where he was going there. He knows there's runoff space, so he just stayed on throttle, brought the car back onto the line that he was supposed to be on, and completed the course, but it will be an incomplete for him.
Well, if you're watching back in the States, it's way early in the morning now. It's 7:45 here local time, and we are into the top 10 drivers. Within the top 10, there are 2 incompletes remaining, one for Benjamin Chiam and one, surprisingly, for Katsuhiro Ueo. Now, both of these drivers are going to have tremendous pressure on them for all the reasons that Ryan and I have been saying since these conditions took place. It's dark. They have not had practice on in these conditions. This is a rarity. This is really a first time for the sport under the lights in Fuji. But here is Sheng Nian. He's got an 86, so he's doing pretty good here. Even he misjudges that first outside zone and second outside zone. And look at, there's the number now shining up at nighttime. Car 54 will get a second run scored here, but I don't think it'll better the 86. He's okay in terms of where he's at right now. Let's take a look at this second run.
I think you're right, Ryan. Few too many mistakes were made on this run to get him higher than that original score. You can see angle being taken out of the car. He missed outside zone 1 a little bit late. Didn't go wide on outside zone number 2. And that number is really visible. But he did really a good job on the last outside zone there before the finish line.
So there you see some of our friendly flying friends in the background there. And definitely feeling the legs getting bit up pretty good here.
Yeah. I was happy I had shorts on earlier, but now I wish I had pants on.
Yes, agreed. All right, so Sheng Nian will back up his 86 with the 74. So very lucky he got that in when he did, the 86. And so we are moving on into our next driver, number 8 in the current championship standings, the Audi A5 of Kazuya Iizuka. He's got an 84, so he's got a bit of breathing room, not a lot. And he is currently the only 84 in competition, so he's sitting alone right now and does have an opportunity to move north if he can get an 85 or higher. Nice. Little bit too long in the zone and shallow line-wise on the second outside zone. And just basically ignores that final outside zone, but it looked very promising from the onset. Let's take a look at it again. He just stayed in the first outside zone a bit long, but it's the best we've seen in these conditions so far.
You're right. Good car placement from him, especially on outside zone 1. Look at him. He's right on the rumble strip. Beautifully done. But like you said, stayed on it a little too long. Wasn't wide on outside zone 2. Came in close to inside clip 1, but with very low angle. And then didn't really go wide on outside zone number 3. But managed to keep it on the track. Got a score. And we'll see how it pans out for him.
All right, so 84 was the first run. The mistakes are going to keep it under that number. And as we get the final score logging in, it's a 75. All right. Here's our next incomplete driver, Benjamin Chiam. It was over-aggressiveness that cost him a scored run in run number 1, and now massive pressure for him and for Katsuhiro Ueno, the 2 final drivers in the last few runs that do not have a score. So Chiam, his first run in these conditions, breaks it loose right at the 3rd standing cone. Heads out to the outside zone. You can see he's a bit tentative and shaky, but he's holding it together. He needs a 77, let's say, or higher. And yeah, buddy, that is got to feel good, because I think he did enough there. He had a moment of shakiness at that first outside zone, but he was able to still get much deeper than we've seen other competitors into outside zone 2 and 3. As well as the line on inside clip 1. So Ryan, walk us through here this run from Benjamin Chiam.
Yeah, good job on outside zone 1. A little bit late on it. Outside zone 2 did a really good job. He was almost all the way out to that white line. Hit the inside clip, so 2 points knocked off there, but that'll be all that was knocked off on that area, and he went wide on 3. So really pretty good job considering the conditions right now and the fact that he hasn't driven in these, grippier conditions where the temperature has changed significantly from when he was probably on track last.
So that was a pressure cooker for him, no doubt about it. He comes through, but now we've got to make it official. I think he's going to need high 70s. Yes, he does it with an 83. That is going to give him the breathing room no matter what happens to the run with Katsuhiro Ueno. And he's much higher in the score line than drivers that just have 2 76s or higher. So he is in good position here, as is the next driver, currently tied for first place with a 92. This is Koichi Yamashita, the work-weld Arai Velino driver in the JZX 100 Mark II. I think for him, this is really just about trying to understand these conditions at this time. Playing it a little bit safe. You can't blame them here. They will not see practice in these conditions. This is the only chance they're going to have to measure the vehicle's performance and their understanding of the track in these conditions. And nonetheless, he still lays down a solid run. But what will happen here for this second run is it'll pose as the tiebreaker between him and Masuyama, assuming nobody else gets higher than a 92 at this point.
Yeah, his line score ended up being around the same as his first run, because he did pretty well through some key areas on the track. He got nice and close to inside clip 1, which is a 10-point area, and he did really well on outside zone. Well, really well. He did okay on outside zone 1. He had a few points knocked off throughout the course. He only ended up with a 27, so really pretty good considering I think the top score today has been a 29 for line. So 89 is a great backup score. So he has a 92 and an 89. It's going to be really hard to beat that, in terms of if there is a tie for somebody with a 92. I don't know if that they'd have an 89 to back that up. There are 2 drivers with a 92 right now. Who's the other driver with a 92? Right?
Masuyama.
What's his other score?
He's not up. He hasn't been up yet.
Oh, right, because he's in the second last driver. So
yep.
He's the only one. If he got higher than an 89 on his second run, then he could potentially unseat Yamashita.
So we expected a bit of a higher score from Shinji Minowa in his first run. He played it very aggressively, however, made a couple of mistakes. He still has an 84, so he's well into the top 32. Now it's just about getting that good backup score if he can. But it looks like the veteran drivers have been handling this pretty well. He goes into that outside zone a little bit late. He transitions middle of the course. So I think the 84 will be the higher of the 2 scores, leaving a lot of points on the table in both line and angle in the middle section of the course there. But let's take a look at this again and see what we can find out about what happened there on the transition.
Early initiation, gets on that inside line at around the 1 cone, gets himself out pretty wide to outside zone number 1. Outside zone 2 he missed entirely, had a bobble on angle there, and then was okay on inside clip 1 and really good on outside zone 3. So a couple of areas where he could have improved, but definitely lost some points in some key areas.
All right, so 84 on run number 1 for Shinji Minowa. His wife, Masayao, looks like she's going to be in competition. She's got that 83, so she's well above the cutoff. And as we lock in the final score here, it's a 78. So he's got 2 decent scores, one that is in the mid-80s at 84. So should be okay there. But this is our last pressure-filled, actually second to last, because we've got Hayato Miyoshi, who's got a 73.
True.
Katsura Ueo, 4th place in points. Brand new Autobots body kit, craziness on the S15.
He is a wild man, Ryan. He can pull some stuff out of thin air sometimes. So let's see what he's able to put together here tonight in the dark. His car looks, like you said, like a transformer. It's definitely out there, making a statement.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a big-time statement, and the statement he wants to make right now is something that justifies higher than a 78.
He looks really tied together in his new profile picture.
Yeah, he does.
The old picture we had where he had the long blown-out hair.
Yep.
Looked wild and crazy. Now he looks very professional with his little Villino hat on.
All right, incomplete on the first run. There he goes. He snaps it loose. Can hear the car cranking up. Uh-oh. This is not a good sign. But much better on that second outside zone. So leaving points on the table on the first outside zone, the second outside zone, pretty good. Inside clip, pretty good. So we have to imagine that there is going to be a large point deduction from line on that first outside zone, Ryan. But how do you think the rest of the run played here? You can see very tentatively getting through the chicane, really taking a measured approach here.
Yeah, he did miss outside zone 1 by a pretty big margin. But you can see that he did a better job in outside zone 2. Wasn't tight on it, but it was fairly close. Did okay on inside clip number 1. Could have been closer, but pretty deep in outside zone 3. So car looked fairly settled throughout the run. I don't think there were any, glaring errors other than those line mistakes that he made.
The moment of truth has arrived for our final driver with an incomplete. And let's just say that he needs a 78 or higher to be safe. I think it's going to be real close, Ryan.
I think you're right, Ryan. And you're pretty accurate with your guesses.
Oof. 79. Wow. So another pressure cooker there with a driver into the top 5, competing for a championship.
Oh, it's raining?
And now things have just got more complicated, and this could not be the worst. This could not be more bad for this driver because he's got a 73. Let's hope the grip levels hold up here.
It doesn't look like it's raining where we are.
No, I don't feel anything coming down as I reach my hand out. He needs a 73. Miyoshi. Oh no, way overshoots that first inside clip. Drops a tire there, but stays within the cones of that final outside zone. Oh my goodness. You could see the sprinkles there at the start line, and it may have just been inconsequential sprinkles, but no question he saw that hitting his windshield.
Right, so let's see here on outside zone 1. I think he got out wide, but it looks like it's mid of that zone, so not really completely filling it. Did okay on zone 2, but then went wide on inside clip 1. Did all right on outside zone 3 by dropping a tire there and not hitting the cones. It's a slight off, but not a serious one.
All right, so we started this broadcast around 4:20. It is now 2 minutes before 8 o'clock p.m. here at Fuji Speedway. 60 drivers, down to 57, trying to make 32. And it's a 77. Wow, I think, I feel like I'm overhearing the Japanese commentators saying that is probably going to be good enough.
I didn't know your Japanese was so strong, right?
It's more in the inflection points.
Okay.
Anyways,
Send this driver. Let's go.
all of these results will be official post-qualifying. Results will be up at formuladjp. Broadcast times are listed on all of our social media channels. But for this driver here, this is about breaking the tie. To break the tie, he needs an 89 or better. And that is a good way to start it. That is even better. That is looking unbelievable. And I'm going to say he's done it. Even with the thin margin between a 92 and an 89 for Koichi Yamashita, I feel like at first pass, that run was better. Let's take a look here and see where I'm wrong. But he gets a great start, Ryan.
Yeah, great initiation. Gets out nice and wide on that rumble strip. Might have been a little bit late on outside zone 1, a little bit late on outside zone 2. Kind of, a couple of little bobbles there, and he kind of early apexed inside clip number 1. So not terrible, but definitely left a couple of points out there.
Well, this is for the number 1 qualification spot. So we've been thrusted into many scenarios where we've had drivers trying to save their weekend by just making into the top 32. And now we're at the other end of the spectrum where we've got this driver here, Wataru Masuyama, second place in the championship points, currently with a 92. The next score that we see come up on the screen is going to determine whether or not he is likely to be our number 1 qualifier, because it seems unlikely that Andrew Gray is going to be able to step up in these conditions. Never say never. Of course, it's Andrew Gray, 3-time champion, but just from what we've seen so far, Andrew Gray is already into competition. He's got an 83. This right now is for the number 1 qualification spot. Boom.
Yep, he did it.
92. Wataru Masuyama. Consistent in all conditions. Consistent at every event in qualifying. Continues to impress us, and he goes back-to-back with 92s. Different mistakes on different runs, but still comes through with the 92. Unbelievable.
Guess what I just heard, Ryan?
What?
Sounds like Andrew Gray is not going to be doing a second run. You can see his car with the 4-ways on, the hazard lights. I don't know if it's a mechanical issue. It has to be, as there's nothing else that could be keeping him out of competition right now, out of qualifying. So it looks like he's going to bow out of qualifying, and he's going to retain his first score, which was an 83, which will definitely put him, I'd say, in the lower, what would you say, the lower half definitely of the qualifying results.
Well,
list.
I think it goes without saying, even without seeing the official results, that we are going to have a crazy bracket tomorrow, because we very much have a situation where some of the top drivers have these lower than usual scores, and some of the drivers that have come in that we haven't seen before have showed some real grit. Yoshichika Tamagawa has an 89. Hokuto Matsuyama has an 86. These are drivers that competed in the first 5 laps of the newly registered drivers that we have that got us up to that 60 originally. So it is going to be a crazy top 32 bracket to tomorrow, and knowing what we saw here tonight with these conditions, the top 32 is going to be much different than the top 16 just on that basis alone.
You're right. I think this is going to mix up the bracket completely. It has the potential to completely mix up the results, the actual standings in Formula Drift Japan right now, just based on the qualifying that we've seen. So it comes down to being confident on this track, being able to get the power down properly, being able to spin those tires through different weather conditions, different track temperature conditions, all these different things. And then there's the confidence you have remembering where to put your car on the track, because it is such a challenging track visually as you're coming around from initiation to outside zone 1 and coming over that crest towards inside clip 1. You have to set the car up for something you can't see 2 steps ahead. So it's very, very challenging and really tests these drivers. And there you see Masuyama getting out of his car. He is unofficially our number 1 qualifier. I believe that's pretty solid on our end with our math that we have, and good for him.
Yeah, it has been a very eventful late afternoon into early evening as we start to bid you viewers adieu and close this baby out. If you are watching the English broadcast with us for the entire weekend, we will be live on the Formula Drift website, and we will also be live on the Formula Drift and Formula Drift Japan Facebook page, as well as a delayed English broadcast on YouTube. If you'd like to catch the Japanese broadcast, you can go directly to formulad.jp, and there are at least 2 links, one to YouTube and one to another provider, including the FD Japan website, where you can watch the Japanese broadcast. For everybody here at Fuji Speedway, Ryan Lantane, Brian Eggert, and Robbie Nishida, as well as all 60 drivers that started this incredible day of competition with us, I am Ryan Sage, and we'll see you tomorrow for the second half as we kick off what I like to call the essence of drifting, the head-to-head matchups here at the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Championship Round 3 at Fuji Speedway. We'll see you tomorrow, and good night, good morning, wherever you are.
実証雨に強いタイヤ。横浜は濡れた路面であなたの想像以上に止まる、止まる、止まる。日本最高グレードのウェット性能 A をあなたの車に。雨に強いタイヤといえば
横浜。
革新のカーボンベゼル。